Okay. Let's get a little music going if we can. I don't know where the music went. Hey, how's it going? Do you hear me? All right, good. I am going to... Oh no, Discord won't allow me to record audio. Okay, now it works. Oh, now I hear an echo. Let's not echo myself back to my own self. Okay, speak a little bit and let's see how your audio comes through.
Testing, testing. Okay.
Oh, interesting. I am not hearing you now. Hold on. I'm assuming you're speaking.
No worries.
What does this mean? All right, try speaking again. Okay, I hear you now. So the problem is that when I enable capture of Discord audio, for some reason, I have two options. I can either hear myself, which doesn't make sense, or I can not hear you, which also doesn't make sense. Okay.
I can use Jesse then. I can try. It's all good.
What's that?
I can try and use Jitsi then. It's just that it breaks my audio setup for some reason. Just uses the wrong output, even when I configure it to use the right one. I don't know what's up with that.
Try closing your browser and reopening again.
Yeah, maybe. Give me a second. I'll try that.
Yeah, because the first time when it does all that system setup, that happens, I think. See, where's guest audio at here? Okay. So the username of the person on the other end is... I don't know how to pronounce it, but it starts with an A. Yeah, I can hear you on that. I'm going to swap from Discord being the audio capture to my browser being the audio capture. Okay, speak again and let's see how you come through.
Hello, hello. Well, it is really loud. Uh-oh. It's not right.
You're a little soft.
Okay.
I'm going to turn off the background music here and make sure that you're actually being picked up. Go ahead and speak again.
Testing, testing.
Okay, so you're being picked up pretty well by the audio. I'm just going to have to turn my volume up because the levels I'm getting are not the same levels as what I think the people on the stream will be getting. Check and make sure. Okay. So, hello.
Hello, hello.
All right, so I will mute the audio for the stream for a second so we can have a private chat. Okay, let me mute myself. Actually, I won't be muting myself because I don't know. Well, wait, no, I do know how to do that. Let me...
What is it doing?
Okay. So music is off. I've got 5 minutes on the counter before we get started, but
Okay.
it doesn't really matter. Also, I can pull you into the screen as well. I'll just give you
Oh, sure, feel free. It's all good. You can feel free to pull me in. It's all good.
Okay. Well, we'll see. I might or I may not, because I have my stream set up. First of all, I get no viewers, by the way. So there's going to be, like 2 people that watch this, the total view count will be about 11 seconds. I just do it for me. I got into it and I got kind of things set up so it looks like I'm way more pro than I am, but I am just a dude sitting in his shed out in the cold winter with a blanket up and a light and some expensive toys.
Mm-hmm.
So like that's how this works for me. Okay, so all right. Discord kicked us out of our call. The call's working fine here. Are you good on your side?
Not really. I can start like this. It's fine, I guess.
No, go ahead. Take your time. There's
Okay.
no. I mean, the best case scenario is we get a few more people joining in while we are. While we're getting set up.
Yeah, we can talk a little bit while I try and figure this out.
Yeah.
So I heard you were popular in the JS space. I actually recognized like your website from like JS space, I guess, from NPM or whatever.
Which website? The coolaj6.com?
Yeah, like I know the AJ red background thing. I've seen that before on NPM for sure.
Okay. Yeah, so I've been around a long time. Somebody said a dude who casually gives great GIS takes on a podcast. That's true. So I am on the longest running JavaScript podcast. It is still, I think, in the top 3 most popular.
Okay.
Which is probably another way of saying that's fallen from number 1 to number 3, but whatever. And I started a JavaScript meetup in Utah back when no one cared about JavaScript. And Utah's kind of like San Francisco in the sense of being very tech forward. It just doesn't get as much of the same reputation because we have 100 miles of interstate. So rather than having a 7x7 city square where everything is located, we have literally 10 cities that each have a business park that's touching the interstate. So as you go, 2 to 3 miles from pretty much Idaho, there's a city called Logan, which is where there's a bunch of tech startups in that area and also some NASA contractors and stuff. And then as you just drive down all the way to, I think it's expanding now into Spanish Fork. It was Provo. So you go through Salt Lake City and then through Provo. And now it seems like the business parks are maybe just starting. Actually, they might even be as far as Payson. Anyway, point is, there's 100 miles of interstate with business parks dotted along the interstate every couple minutes. So we have a huge tech community, but we don't have a quote unquote tech city because we have a tech state. We're the only state where the number 1 job per capita is programmer.
Really? Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So we, the number 1 job per capita in California is, like most states, is trucker.
Okay. That makes sense.
Trucking is the most common job, which it seems weird because you don't know that many people who are truckers, but as a career, trucking is the most common per capita, which may mean that only 1% of people or whatever do it. It just means that it's more popular than any of the other ones percentage wise. So even if it's 0.1%, there's so many different jobs, that kind of thing. Anyway, so and I tend to ramble, so you can deal with it or you can cut me off. I won't be offended.
I fixed the audio, A, and also B. Do you want to put your stream in the streams channel in the Zig Discord?
Okay, yeah. Let me go grab that real quick.
Nice. Okay.
I have given up on participating in communities for the most part because it's too confusing and complicated. And as I get older and older, I just get exposed to more people's culture. And so there's no consistent set of rules that make sense. So I just give up. But occasionally I'll post something somewhere for fun. So I don't have any resistance to it. I don't actively participate in very many communities. Although I do still I still run a JavaScript meetup in Utah. Okay, so there is a streams channel.
Yes, it's down in Showcase.
Okay, down in Showcase. Thanks. Okay, cool.
You can also like ping me. I mentioned me in that message or whatever, I guess, if you want. Or I guess, yeah.
And then, yeah, we can do that down here too. All right, and then .envman.
I'll let you post that, yeah.
All right, so I've done the Hello World, and I tried to use the cross compiler for a project in which it unfortunately wasn't successful, but that was because it was a mix of Makefile and CMake and shell scripts and sed scripts that replaced things in the shell scripts while the shell scripts were running.
Mhm.
So the complexity of that project was beyond what any single tool could ever fix.
I can imagine. Yeah.
Okay, I'm actually gonna bring us over here, and I
Okay.
did just get the Vim plugin installed. So hopefully, do you use Vim?
No, I use VS Code. Yeah.
Yeah, noob.
Wow. Okay. By the way, I wrote the Zig language server that you're gonna end up using if you do want to install that. I recommend it. It's highly
Oh,
useful.
yes. Okay, so the Zig language server. Tell me more. What do I? How am I installing the Zig language server?
Frankly, I've never used them, so if I just follow the instructions in the ZLS wiki. So you just go to github.com/zig tools, one word, and then /ZLS, and then you can find the instructions in the wiki page. Yeah.
Okay.
You can also compile it manually if you want, but there's actually like instructions for how to get it working in the editor.
So
Yeah.
there are releases, and
By the way,
then
do you
okay,
use Zig
pre-built
Master or
conf-
do you use the release version? Question.
So this is what I do. I do Webby Zig, and whatever that gives me, that's what I use.
Okay.
So this pulls from GitHub releases. It takes the official GitHub release. Webby is a tool that I wrote. That it's actually Zig is one of the more popular things that people use Webby for. So I've got it here. I've got a few things showcased on the homepage, but basically you just copy and paste a curl command, and then there's a node server that fetches the JSON of the GitHub releases, or there are several release APIs that are supported, like 6 of them or so. Anyway, it fetches the JSON, and then it matches up your operating system and your CPU architecture and the types of unzippers that you have, etc., and then delivers to you, okay, this is the URL you should download, and then this is how the file unpacks. So if there's a new release of Zig 15 minutes ago, then it will be available here. It's, pretty much, it's almost as instant as soon as it's available on GitHub releases.
Right.
So anyway, that's what I have. If you want me to get it off of something that's more bleeding edge, I might be able to. In fact, if I just do Zig at beta, then I will
Yes, this
get
is
the
I
dev
think more
release.
more useful. Yeah.
Okay. So it also automatically detects things that have common keywords or that are actually tagged on GitHub releases. I think the reason it's getting this one is because it's tagged on GitHub releases as a pre-release. And so if you do add beta, then pre-releases become available to you. Okay, cool. So Zig V Master. Woo.
Indeed.
So it's the master branch. All right. And that's interesting. That it ends up getting tagged as master rather than as O12 dev. That's probably something in the Zig release process where they would need to appropriately tag it as 12 dev rather, or 12 RC1 or whatever,
Well,
rather than
nothing's actually
master.
tagged as beta or anything like that. This is straight from the website, I imagine, because Zig doesn't actually use GitHub for any release infrastructure except for tar files for
Oh,
source code.
okay. Well, then Zig. Let me. Okay, let's pull this up here real quick. So this is all aside stuff.
No
All
worries.
right, whomst is our guest? People want to know. Who are you?
Oh, so yeah. Hi, I'm August. I
August.
mean, yeah. So I wrote the Zig language server. I've been using Zig for about 3 years. I talked at a Zig conference and on Zig Showtime about ZLS. And also, hey, Loris is here. Loris is a Zig Software Foundation VP of that community. So hi. And yeah, so I have a little experience with Zig, and I like teaching people a little bit about the language, I guess. Yeah.
Cool.
But I think what you do is you fetch from the JSON file from the website, which contains the release information, and then you download from
Yeah.
that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this is where it comes from. So most things use GitHub releases, but yeah, there's some sort of information in here that is that whatever I chose to do with it, it has some sort of information that seems to indicate what it is. I need to update this so that it looks like maybe it does the date versions it as the date rather than as master, because if I run Webby Zig beta again, then it
Oh, to get a
won't,
different version.
well, it won't update. It won't
Hmm.
update because it'll detect that master's already been downloaded. So I
Hmm.
need to, I'm just going to make a quick issue on that. So Zig master should be tagged by date. Otherwise, it won't update.
You can also use like the semver tag or whatever, I guess, for it. But yeah, that works as well.
Well, let me see. Was that actually in there? Hold on.
Well, it's in the Zig version name, like Zigger 0.12 dash whatever, I guess.
But then it'd have to be parsed out, and
True.
is that even part of the API? Anyway, okay. So Zig language server. Let me get back to that.
Yes.
So Zig tools ZLS.
If you just go
So
to the installation settings, you can click on that link, install ZLS.
see the install ZLS tool.
Yes, it's not a tool anymore; it's just a page. But yeah,
Okay, so do I want to go here?
yeah. Real quick, so you can see how to actually. I guess you can open it in a new tab or whatever, because we'll have to compile it anyway. So it's easy to compile though.
Okay, so I do not want to be downloading the Mac version here.
Oh, you can if you totally can if you want to. There's no difference. It's straight from master, so it's not. There's no difference.
Okay, but so because you said we're going to need to compile it.
Oh no, we can compile it too if you want to. But yeah, they're both really easy to do. So whatever one works for you. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just grab that, and so then I'm also going to update my issue. Whoops, where did I put it? I think I lost it.
Johnny Marler's here. Hey, Johnny.
Hey everybody. So I'm going to go back and add to my issue to add. Also, we need CLS. Let me just throw that in there.
Actually, Johnny, I stole it 1-for-1 from you. Yes, so that's not a coincidence on the download table. Look, yeah.
Okay, so let me get out of a bunch of things here that I've got open. All right, we've got the Zig page open. I've got zig.vim. Hopefully this just works. So sometimes people are really particular about, well, people that are into Vim. I'm not really into Vim. I just use it because it's the best tool. So over 15 years, I've learned about, how to do maybe 20 things. About one thing per year I learn, and I'm pretty satisfied with that. But a lot of times people have the default installation of a plugin basically do nothing, which is really, really annoying because then the plugin doesn't do anything useful. So I'm going to copy, let's see. Plugin enables automatic code formatting by default. Yes, that's what I want. If you
I
want to
would
disable it.
recommend not using this necessarily, because the thing is, ZLS does all this for you in one go. So yeah, I'd probably install that first and see what you need to do, configure manually afterwards. But I think you can just install ZLS and it'll work right off the bat. That's my guess.
Okay, well, this may use, no, let's use 6. Okay, anyway. All right, we'll see. Also, I don't know if Vim.al has ZLS. This is something I was going to figure out beforehand, but, of course, I got stuck working on another project that was eating at my brain that was not releasing me from its grasp. So anyway, so I've got that downloaded. Let me go ahead and that's in my downloads temp ZLS, and then we're going to move that into bin, and then I'm going to chmod it.
By the way, BFredL in chat, hi, but also the formatting from the plugin and ZLS are identical. We both use Zig format. It's just that ZLS will do the same thing for you without configuring it, in theory. So just letting you know.
Okay, and then if I'm lucky, ZLS is already supported by Vim.al, but it may not be, so I'm not sure whether...
That's why I mentioned the installation options list in the wiki, because it also contains installation instructions for Vim that might be useful for you.
Okay, yes. All right, so installation,
yeah.
C, install ZLS tool, and then here we should look for Vim.
Yes, I wonder if it's here. We don't support,
Oh, no, so AL is not supported.
Okay.
So I'm not going to get the benefit of your awesomeness. Let's see. I could go for NVim, but I don't have NVim set up. I tried to set up NVim once, And people are like, oh, it's going to use your Vim config and everything's going to be rainbows and fairy tales. And then I did it and it didn't work. And I just like, I don't know. I would pay someone to convert my Vim config to NVim, especially because it's very, very minimal. It's like I source a couple plugins and I have 2 hotkeys and I set the history to be longer than the default length and cursor position to remember cursor position. It's like very, very minimal. But anyway, so it does tell me that I should get zig.vim. I have that. And it says I should get nvim lsp config. Okay, so we're probably not going to have the LSP, but that's probably fine because I don't like autocomplete anyway. I find it to be really obnoxious while I'm trying to think and it's like popping up with stuff, which is usually what the language servers are used for. Though the one for Go is really nice. It's like if I hit dot, then it starts to autocomplete and it only autocompletes with things that actually make sense. But most of the autocomplete tools I've used, I find to be more cumbersome and I end up turning them off. So we're probably fine there. Just having the fumped and having the lint, that's really what I care about personally. But I will, yeah, I would like to try this out. I do have NVim, like taking another stab at NVim on my horizons, but like I installed the one that people told me to install that had all the cool stuff on it. And it, has like gradients and like 3D rendered shadows. And I'm like, this is amazing. How does this help me do development better? Wow, I didn't know a terminal could have so many colors. But then, like, that to have a terminal having more colors doesn't actually help me be a better developer. so anyway, but I'll check that out again later. Okay, I see there's a ton of people popping up in the chat here. I'm actually going to turn the chat on. Let me adjust the chat and make it so that the chat stays a little longer because I have it on 30 seconds right now.
That's a little short, yeah.
But yeah, that's short for this. So let me see if I can get into the settings. Okay, embed in stream, opacity, scale, hide messages after. I'll go to like 3 minutes on this or something. I'll do. Oh, that's their max, 180 seconds. Okay, cool. So that's what I'm gonna do there. Gonna go back to chat. I'm gonna unload and reload the chat here in the stream. And then I think I'll just get rid of the music because I don't think we're actually going to listen to music. So let me go find that real quick. There we go. Okay, I'm going to get rid of the music. So hopefully the chat messages will stay up. Let me just get through a couple of those. Let's see. What do I get when I run Zig version? Okay, so it says this. So I just have to check on that and just update Webby so that it pulls something else rather than the key from master, because I bet I've already got special logic in there that if it doesn't follow Simver, it's pre-release. Otherwise, when I did Zig at beta, it wouldn't have worked. Okay, so hello, Loris. Hello, everybody. The Git versioning scheme, Simver, commit. Yeah, that's good. Download table looks like yours. Yeah, you all already talked about that. Yep. What is Zig and why do we need it? Angular Dev asks. Zig is, I'm going to give my take and then I will let August give his take. Zig is to C what Rust is to C++. We need Zig because we need Go that runs without a garbage collector.
Okay, sure. I mean, I agree with the first part, kind of. It's an easy way to describe Zig as to Rust, or as to C as to C++ as to Rust, I guess. My take is just that Zig is a language that gives you full control of your machine in a sense, right? While allowing you to introspect different parts that a lot of other languages like obscure in a sense, right? You have like allocators that allow you to modify how you allocate memory in a very easy way, in very like a built-in way almost. And then you have stuff like hidden control flow, these principles that allow you to really see what's going on. I think that's kind of power is like it's low level enough that you get to have really a lot of control over your code. Yeah, that's my take.
All right, and I'm also going to try to add a window capture to actually capture you, if I can find where the Jitsi Mabob went.
Okay.
Where's Jitsi at? Come on, Jitsi. I have too many applications and tabs open. There it is. Okay, so now you're the entire screen.
Yeah, that's a little much.
I'm gonna bring you down over here. Oh, don't like and sub and follow yet. You don't know if you like me yet. You might want to undo that. but thanks. Okay, and then I'm gonna add a little bit of crop pad here. We're just gonna take off. We're gonna make it a little thinner. Oh, not that thin. Too thin.
Also, I guess I'm inverted. Yeah, okay.
Well, you will be to you,
Right.
right? So that's one of the weird things about camera magic.
Oh my, it is inverted to me. That is so weird. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So I think this is good. I think this is good. We'll put you down here.
Mhm.
Or we could put you up here. I don't know. I'm not going to waste too much time on this. I didn't think about this ahead of time. All right. So whenever you want to look at me, you just look off to the side, the other side.
Oh. Wait, no,
Yeah.
no. It does not, no, it is this side. No, it's wait. Wait.
No, so I'm over this way. Yeah, there you go. So you look over
Okay.
there. Yeah, so then
Wait.
then we can pretend like we're talking to each other.
Yeah,
You
okay.
know, like I can look down this way, and then you can look up that way, and then
Mhm.
and we'll do the Brady Bunch thing. Okay. Default formatting plugin is great. That's what I want to hear. Wish I could stick around, but gotta work. Have a nice day, everyone. Crush that code. All right, we will see. That's what we're gonna try to do. Yeah, so probably because I posted in the Zig channel and everybody loves you, they wanna jump in the stream and say hi.
I'm not sure I would
But
go that
that's
far,
great.
but
That's great. Well, I mean, you did write the ZLS thing, and that's pretty important. That's critical for any language to have a language server. So I would say that you're probably a uh, more, more. Anyway, so moving right along, this is what I want to do here. Is my goal is to go into. I'm going to call this .envman. That's. Or should I do a zig init? What do I do?
uh,
I only done the hello world, so I don't remember anything.
you would do zig init dash exe. Sorry, it
And
would be
then
no space. Yeah, just
what?
init dash exe no space.
Oh, okay. That's a hyphen, by the way.
Yes.
Dash is with a space, hyphen without a space.
Okay. Hot
I'm
take. Okay.
pedantic. I'm pedantic. Okay, so then should I do then do I give it the name or do I need to do that inside the directory?
No, the name is just taken from the directory name. So,
Okay, so I will
yep.
go into the directory. I'll make the
Yes, good
directory
call.
again.
I didn't
I'll
realize.
go
Yeah.
into the directory and then I'll do zig init exe. Sweet. All right, we're done. The AI will build the rest.
Yes, totally.
Okay. And then what do I do? Like zig C or zig build?
Yes, you do zig build.
Zig
And you
build
probably
and
want to do
that
zig build run because this will just build it and then not run it.
okay, zig build run with a hyphen or
No, with a space.
with a space?
Yes,
Okay.
there it
All
is.
your code base are belong to us. That is scary. That's like the thing of nightmares. I feel like my system just got pwned.
This is a reference to like a mistranslation from an old
I know.
Japanese game, apparently.
I
But
know.
okay.
I know. No, I'm hit on the memes most of the time anyway. Oh, by the way, let's have a quick word from our not a sponsor, Mr. Mountain Dew. Not one, but two. That's right. Both the corn syrup and the full sugar. Making sure we get all of our glucose varieties here. I'm gonna pour this in, and then so my goal for this project is to have a .env manager so that I can read from something. So yeah, I I have this problem all the time across various projects where it's I just want to quickly know what is the value of something. So I want to do like .envman and then give it the file and then say, you know, API token. And then when I
Right.
run this, have that put the API token, or if I do -w and put in equals, and the reason I would do both is to have a safeguard, then it'll write it to the file. And then
Okay.
from that, I want to also have something that rather than operating on .env by default would be operating on .config envman envs.env by default, and then allow me to set things for my system that go into my login shell. So these are essentially the same command. They'll have slightly different defaults, but that's my goal. And the reason that I want to do this in Zig is because it's embarrassing to write a Go program that is says hello and is 4 megabytes and convince a Unix system administrator that this is an okay thing, right?
Right.
Whereas if I write it in Zig, then I'm expecting that it's going to be, maybe hundreds of kilobytes, but it's not going to go into megabytes. And
Oh, okay. That's a bold expectation. Okay. No, we can do it.
Well, I mean, it's got to do is read a text file, right? So it.
Yeah, no. So there's a few complex things in Zig that might bloat the size, but I think we'll be fine. Hopefully, we'll see what
Okay,
happens.
well let's see if we just have to end the stream right now because uh so if I ls where are the release artifacts?
It's Zig out slash bin.
Okay, zig out bin. That's great.
By the way, you
That's
built it within
wonderful.
debug mode, so it might be large.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, I expect that. So how do I build this in release mode? Like dash
Space
release?
dash. No, it's just
Hmm?
dash D, capital D. Sorry, and then optimize equals. Sorry, the D is same, like the same argument, no space. Sorry, yeah, and then equals release, capital R, and then small, capital S.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
All right, y'all are confusing me with the C sharp stuff.
That's much better. Look at that.
So this is what I'm expecting, right? This is what I'm expecting. Okay, there's going to be some overhead because does this build off of libc or no?
No, by default, no.
Okay, yeah. So I'm expecting some overhead because it's doing a lot of stuff. But hopefully each of the Zig libraries are smaller, so it's only going to pull in what it needs. So
Yeah.
this is what I'm expecting. If I put a tool up on Webby and it's zipped with XZ. So let's just go ahead and zip this. It may not zip at all, but let's try it anyway. So XZ is kind of the standard now for these things. So yeah, 4.5 kilobytes. So if I tell somebody, yeah, here's my .envman, it's 4.5 kilobytes, nobody's going to think, oh, what the F are you doing to my computer? But if it's 4 megabytes or up, it's like, seriously, you can't figure out how to parse a text file in so it's the optics, right? Because otherwise I would use Go. But I would personally feel embarrassed telling someone to use a tool like YQ, for example. You know about YQ?
I do not know about YQ now.
So YQ does TOML, JSON, and YAML, and it basically is what I'm talking about here. YQ is a config manager for JSON, TOML, and YAML. The thing is 100 megabytes. So if
What?
yes. So JQ, let's take a look at JQ here.
Right, JQ is
So
popular.
yeah, so JQ is only JSON, YQ is all of it. So
Right.
let's go in here to the most recent release and we look at this.
That's
All right.
tiny.
JQ, it's big. It's 789 kilobytes. That's big. That's a large file for something that's processing text.
Uh,
But
mm,
it's not that large.
right.
It's acceptable. It's like, well, it does a lot of stuff. I don't use all the features that make up probably, another 2 or 300 kilobytes of that. But okay, now YQ, which is the same feature set but written in Go and for too many different config file formats. Oh, 8.9 megabytes.
That's
Okay,
not too
so
bad.
no, that's not as bad as I thought. Sorry, I apologize that I slandered the name of YQ. It might have been a debug release or it might have been something else I was thinking of entirely. Because but this is what I'm talking about. Like 10 megabytes, that's a heck of a lot for a text processing utility.
Mm.
So that's the overview goal. Why do I want to use Zig? Why don't I just use Go, which I'm already familiar with and love programming in? I see, and why not use Rust? Rust is just way too complicated. They should have stayed away from embracing the complexity of C++, and instead they're like, screw it, we're going to be C++ 2.0. And I'm at that point where they started adding in operator overloading and all sorts of these other features that have never helped a single person in the history of programming. At that point, I went to the meetup like 2 more times and I was like, I got to be real. This is not the future for me. But Zig is something that seems to be the simplicity that I want of Go. And then you're going to have to help me with some of the memory stuff because coming from high level languages, I am a low level language idiot. And I did an if statement where I was expecting to be able to return a string, either this or that. And I love that it's an expression.
Mm.
And I couldn't figure it out. And I knew that it was because they would have to be the same size on the stack, but I'm just not used to thinking that way. And so I didn't do it. Anyway.
We're actually very similar in that sense because I learned Zig from a higher level language. I had no experience before with lower level languages, systems languages. I had like a JS background as well, So it's very similar, I guess, and so we can probably be on the same level in terms of like understanding, hopefully. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna hit up a couple more of these comments, and then we'll get started in earnest. Now that we're 40 minutes in, see what I'm saying? Like, the first 40 minutes is just like we chat, we get to know each other, and then we'll see what we can get done in the next hour. Okay, we had the wish I could stick around. We could use fstrip to strip off debug symbols to make it even smaller in binary size. Okay.
Yes. Careful, you can't use fstrip and zig build directly because well, you can try, but it'll give you an error, and I can explain what's going on when that happens.
Okay, fstrip like
Yes.
that.
Yes.
It
So
just
it
didn't
will
do
just
anything.
not work, and the reason why is because zig build is special. It's not like zig build exe or whatever. Zig build runs a build.zig file. So let's go into that file and modify it real quick and add the stripping option.
Okay,
So
so
yeah.
build.zig.
Yep.
We're gonna go in here.
The comments are a little annoying, but the code is actually really simple if you read through it. So I can kind of explain it if you want, from top to bottom.
Well, whatever you think is best, because I can take a minute to read this. It'll be boring for people to watch, but it'll. Let me skim it, and then you explain it. All right, this function looks imperative. Its job is to declare. Oh no! Don't give me that BS. Just delete that sentence right there. Just delete. I don't care about the politics. Whatever. Function looks imperative. Its job is to declare to construct a graph. Just say, this is to construct a graph that will be executed by an external runner. I don't care about the politics. Get that out of there. Okay. This is how I do my things. I criticize things very, very heavily. That's part of why I don't have any viewers. Nobody wants to hear that all the time. All right, standard target options allow the person running Zig build to choose what target they build for it. That makes sense. We do not override the defaults, which means any target is allowed. The default is native. Other options for restricting targets are available. Should have URL here. That would be like C. Oh, whoops. ZLS cannot be opened.
Oh,
I didn't ask ZLS to be opened.
Is it enabled by default in the Vim extension, maybe?
Yeah, so the Vim extension must load it by default.
Oh, interesting.
So that's good.
I had no idea that was even...
But, so Webby does this by default, is Webby will, on Mac OS, will remove the quarantine bit, but we have to remove the quarantine bit because I didn't install it through Webby. So yeah, that little bit of magic right there, xadder, that's removing the quarantine bit. And I use fish because then I can just type one letter, and there's only 2 commands I run that start with X, and it picks one. And it's like, okay, cool. I don't have to type or think or look up documentation. All right, so let's go back. Oh, bless me. Okay, so if I was gonna PR this, I would just.
Frankly, I just ignore the comments. I remove them. I think they're a little excessive.
Well, I mean, I haven't read these before, so this is good for me. But what I want, it's not as helpful to say, hey, this is something else you can do. What's really helpful is to say, if you want to do X, see this for the list of instructions. Okay, standard optimization goes along the person running Zig builds. Select between debug release. Okay, I don't understand why the C#, or is it called Pascal case, C# case, title case? Like command line flags, command line flags do not have capitals in them. What is wrong with you people?
No, but what happened is back in the day, enums used to be Pascal case, and this is no longer the case. They're now snake case, but these never got changed. It's like a to-do somewhere.
Okay. All right, okay. I can forgive that. Just get it out before the 1.0 release. That's
all I think it will be. Yeah, it's okay. I think it will be changed.
Yeah, snake case is the one true way. I don't like what Go does. Kind of makes sense, especially for the family of languages that it's in, where it has this stuff for public exports. But snake case is the one true way. Here we do not set a preferred release mode, allowing the user to decide. What? Well, isn't it? It's debug then. It's
by default it's debug. Yes, that is.
Yeah, so comment. You do decide. Not deciding is making it is deciding. Anyway, all right. In this case, the main source file is merely a path. However, in more complicated build scripts, this could be a generated file. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah, one of the things that I love, because neither Rust nor Go got this quite right. Go got it more right than Rust in one way, in that the macros in Go are simply Go. You just write Go. Just like with Zig, you write Zig.
Yes.
But where Go got it wrong is no one no one can understand the macro system. They didn't do any better than Rust in that regard. Whereas Zig is like right on target for the having
These
having
these aren't
having
really macros
this.
though. But yeah.
I get yes, but it fills that function. So while they aren't macros, if you ask someone, does Zig have macros? The answer is yes. It's just you write Zig. You don't write a special macro language.
Well, have you seen comp time yet? Because that's actually Zig macros in quotes.
Yeah,
Right.
so I've watched the what sold me on Zig in an instant was watching the On the Road to Zig 1.0
Talk. Okay, yeah.
talk, and I've watched a few other things, but that right there, like the philosophy, I was instantly sold. I knew it was right. I saw that they had Zen of Zig, and I'm like, okay, the homage to the Python Zen of Python is on target. And then when I've looked through the Hello World and done the couple of things I've done, it just everything screams, this is sensical. These people are making smart choices.
Yeah.
So, uh, and I'm sure there's some stuff that, if I get more into it, I'll be like, why do they do this? But it seems to make more sense than anything else. Okay, so depends on get install step. I don't know exactly what that means, but that's
It means that if you run Zig build, the default thing that gets run is the install step. So that means that to do Zig build run, you have to first do the install step, which means you have to first build the executable to run it, right? Because you can't run nothing. So that's what that means.
right. Okay, and then this allows the user pass arguments. Yeah. And then I don't remember what this means. So this is a sum. Is that correct?
I would
And
not.
then
I don't know. It's just a field access. All this means is if b so args here's an optional. It's an optional
right. Okay.
slice const u8. Yeah.
It's a sum monad, an option.
Oh, you're a
Okay.
functional programmer. Oh no, this
No,
is
I'm
gonna
not.
be
No, I'm
okay.
not. I'm not. I hate functional
Okay.
programming because people use really weird words that no one can understand. It I still to this day cannot explain what a monad is, but I know that a promise is a monad. So if you understand the concept of a promise, that it encapsulates a value and can be unwrapped to deliver it, that's what a
Hmm.
monad is. And that's what an option is. An option is a monad. It encapsulates a value that is not directly accessible, but through an unwrapping mechanism is accessible. So this b.args, by my definition of what I can understand with my tiny brain, b.args is a monad, and then this is the accessor for it. So if this sum evaluates, then this is the value of the sum rather than the null,
Yep.
and then it does this. So I love that. I think that makes a lot of sense. It's a nice syntax. It's not a bridge too far. So it's
By
got
the way, what we call this in
args.
Zig is just an if with capture is what we call this.
Yeah. And then there's also you can do like I don't remember, is it let or is it var? You can do something like this, and then if this returns,
Yes, you can just do break. Or you well this
well,
would
we'll get
reject.
into that later. I'm sure
Yeah,
that
it's
we're
really
gonna have a
cool.
use
Yeah, it's
case
really
for
cool.
that.
But yeah.
Okay, and then this creates a build step. Zig build help. Okay, that's useful. That's really useful to say. Okay, this is what you do. That's what I would want with that one up there. I'm saying like, okay, view the web page or view the help file. Tell me how to do what that thing does. And I'll get to comments in just a second. I see there's another one. It's already gone off the screen. Also, I think that something's wrong with my comments, so I'm going to reload it. That happens every once in a while. And especially considering that I just changed settings. I need to take it off for that's what I need to give it a 5 count, because if I don't give it a 5 count, it doesn't unload all the way, and then when it reloads, it gets in a bad state sometimes. Okay, so run. So this is just saying, oh, so when I'm doing Zig build, the build refers to this file, not necessarily just something that's part of Zig in of
Yes.
itself, right? So
I
the
can explain it if you want a little more
yeah, go
intricately.
ahead, go ahead.
So, because I know this because we hack it in ZLS to do what we want. But essentially, what happens when Zig build runs is it creates a build runner. The build runner imports your build.zig file. Then it runs the build.zig file, and then it runs the graph afterwards that's been created. That's how that works.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Okay, and it's got some tests and stuff there too. So step test Did this generate tests? I didn't actually check to see what all this generated.
The test
Oh,
is
and
empty pretty much, but
okay, I'm gonna back up. I'm gonna back up here. I'm gonna rumruff this, and then I'm gonna create a repo for it, and then we're just gonna repeat this, and I'm gonna commit it step by step just to. I'll probably never look at it again, but it just helps me to learn.
Mhm.
Oh no, I don't want to do that. Let me just go here. New repository. Okay. .envman, and then manage.env files. Read, write, and manage.env files. Readme, git ignore. Do we have a git ignore for Zig? No, we're not that cool yet. Okay.
no, just do zig cache zig out. That's all you have to ignore in zig.
Okay. So we'll do that, and then. So let me tell you why I like the Mozilla public license.
Mhm.
And maybe I'll convert you, or maybe I won't. So I can tell by looking at you, you're young. And by
Yeah.
virtue of being young, you are an idealist. Because you are not hampered by the way of the world. Like you have not had enough experience to become jaded and realize the this is just the way it is, right? I mean, it's not like oh, young people. It's like this is the way the world works, and this has a level of efficiency. Old people want to preserve things, young people want to break things so that they can create new things, right? Like this is the cycle that has continued for millennia, and it is a healthy cycle, and it helps us stay in balance. But I totally forgot what I was going to say now. What was I going to say? See, you get old, you
About
can't
license.
remember what you're saying, huh?
About the license MPL.
Oh, the MPL. Okay, so the MIT is a very aspirational license, but it legally means nothing. There's no protection for you as the creator, and there's no real legal essence for the person that's using it. And eventually, if you create a great project, someone is going to try to steal it from you. And that is real. You can talk about people who have had popular projects, and when they're in the middling phase where people still haven't heard about them, you get people that do nefarious things. And the MIT license does not protect you from this, but the MPL does. Basically, the MPL can help you protect your brand value because the MPL says you can do whatever you want with this. It's free as in beer, free as in speech. So it's got some of the GNU roots to it, but there's a restriction that anything that you add to it, public or private, if I'm not mistaken, I hope that that's correct, must be recontributed back to the source.
Mm-hmm.
And this is important because you want to enable people who are good-willed. You do not want to enable someone to build a prison around you. And the MIT license allows people to build prisons around you. And we can see this with how SaaS products have taken over, and the people that have done the hard work to solve the challenging problems get nothing. And the people that build the pretty UIs and then spend the very expensive marketing dollars are the ones who get the reward.
Mm-hmm.
So the MPL kind of gives you a buffer while you're figuring out what do you want this to go into the public domain? Because that's the real MIT license, is the public domain. And there is a license for that. And I have a little bit of a blog on that. Let me find that real quick and I'll link that down here. But if you want to release software into the public domain, there is a procedure to do that is a legal procedure. You can't just say in your README, this is the public domain. You actually have to use wording that will be recognized by the different copyright law between the United States and Great Britain and, the European Union, et cetera, et cetera. But anyway, so, while you're in the middle of figuring out whether you want something to be, the real hardcore open source, the public domain, or whether you're going to commercialize it, the MPL gives you protection while you're in that middling state that you can more easily retain some of your brand value, and not have the struggle that you might otherwise encounter if you naively just select MIT.
Sure. I think we have very different points of view, though. Like when I write software,
Sure.
I expect to never make any money from it, period. That's it. I already know from the baseline, I will never make a single dollar from the open source code I write. No shame in it. I know what I'm doing, and I know what my goals are. It's very different.
I mean, I'm going to argue with that, but hold on just one second. when I'm typing in a password because you can actually reconstruct by the cadence of the way that, like, if you listen to a person who types in Dvorak versus a person who types in QWERTY, you can actually just, as a human, as a normal human, you can tell the difference between the two keyboards because they have a different cadence to them. You can actually extract passwords from audio. Not that I think that I'm that important that anybody will extract the password from my audio, but I'm sure that within a few short years, there will be AI tools where you can, give them a YouTube video and ask it, what is the person typing? And it will be able to reconstruct it for you.
So AJ, on the record, what keyboard are you using then? What kind of? Okay.
So I do Dvorak. I mean,
Okay.
this would be something that the slightly trained ear can tell. Anybody who uses Dvorak can recognize the cadence of another person who uses Dvorak. And I don't know why, but if you listen to someone else typing and they're typing in English, you type in English, they type in English. If you hear them typing, because there's words that come up frequently like the, function. And as you just hear the rhythm, you can recognize it. You can, but yeah, I do Dvorak and I just have the magic keyboard because I'm not strong enough for the mechanical keys. Like my weak fingers in my old age, they've atrophied. Okay, wait. Question may result in rant. Hey, who is this guy? So this is August. Really small actually strips by default, so adding the flag won't have an effect. Okay, good to know. And then why not GCC Go? I'm not going to dignify that with a response. One, because I don't know. But it's got GCC in it, so it must be bad. But so what I was going to say is, like right now you're not concerned about money as much, but you will get money from this because having your name on things, like job opportunities are going to be available to you.
Oh,
In
I already
5
know.
years,
I
in 5
already have a
years,
job. Like, no, I'm already working. I'm already in like the work world. I make, the 6-figure like Silicon Valley salary, and I got my job with ZLS actually.
so there you go. Then you
yeah.
did make money from it.
Yeah, I did, but not directly. I don't have to put an MPL on it to make money from it. I don't really. Yeah. Different takes. Different takes. Different takes.
So, can I ask how old you are?
Oh, I'm 17, so it's a whole legal nightmare. But yeah.
Okay, yeah, because you look to me to be about the same age as my 15-year-old brother looks like he's about 18. So he's very tall and has a very mature looking face for as old as he is. But anyway, yeah, you look about the age of my brother. So I was thinking you were under 18. Well, congratulations to you, and I hope that you are able to live a very comfortable and peace-filled life.
Thank you.
With that. But congratulations, that's amazing. You should write a book or at least give seminars for high school kids.
Oof, I don't think so. I don't think that'll be interesting for them, honestly. I don't know.
Well, okay, so now I'm back. Now we're back at the starting point again. I'm going into, it sounded like, okay, I'm going to do Zig. First of all, I'm going to do Zig init exe. I'm going to run that. Okay, I'm just going to commit this because, and I never use dot, but in this case, I'm using dot. This is like the once a month that I use dot for git add. I always
You don't use dot? No way. That's crazy.
I always specify the files. I don't want anything to get in there accidentally. I do it intentionally. I just, yeah. All right, so.
You don't commit your .env by accident? That's crazy to me. I don't know. I don't get it. Oh.
Yeah, that's one thing that I
we care
I don't.
Full. Oh yeah, make sure to add get ignore, by the way. Heads up, just letting you know. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's my next step. I was considering whether to do that first or next, but what'd you say? So I need, what was it, the folder called build?
So
I don't
zig
remember.
dash cache.
Okay.
And then zig dash out.
All right. So, and then these ones, I'm assuming that they only occur at the top level. They don't occur anywhere else.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So then if I do zig build run, and then, it doesn't want the F strip. So let me get rid of the F strip. Okay, cool. So then when we look at this, we should see more stuff, but then when I do get status, I should only see the ignore. Okay. All right, cool. So now an hour in, we're ready to write the first line of code, maybe. So I looked at the build file. There wasn't really anything that interesting in here at this point. It's just, okay, it's nice to know that it's here.
Yes. I think for this entire project, you won't have to modify it at all, so you'll be fine.
Okay. And then we got a comment. I'm not a Git expert, but I commit to trying. But ding. I still don't have a rim shot. That's my closest thing. Oh, I don't know if you heard that on your end.
I heard it. No, you need. Oh, actually, I did not hear that. No, no.
Let me hold on. I can switch it so that you'll hear it, but then you'll get a slight audio delay, which will probably be fine. Let's see if I can. Where is? There should be.
How many speakers and microphones do you have? This is crazy.
Oh, it's virtual.
Oh,
So I have I use Audio Hijack and I've got a virtual list. So, but now we switched over. So now if I do this, did you hear it?
I heard that. Yeah. Mario
so
coin. Okay.
It's going to give a slight sound delay between my lips and the audio, but within 100 milliseconds or so.
It looks fine to me. So yeah.
Okay, great. All right. Anyway, so yeah, we did the thing. We got it to build. I got this in my. I'm going to just copy this and put this in a file called notes real quick.
But I really would not recommend using release small in debug when you're debugging when you're debugging project for fun or for testing. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, because then if you get a stack trace, it's going to suck.
But also LVM is super slow, so it'll take longer to compile it with release small. Yeah.
It's okay. I've got an M2.
Okay. I got an M1. It still takes forever. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, the M2 is not that much better than the M1. It's like 15 to 20% better depending on what your upgrade thing is. But I got the Mac Studio, and then the next week they released the M2, so I returned it and got the other one. So yeah, I was really not expecting them to come out with that, so I went ahead and bought it, even though it was. But I also knew that I'd be within the return window. So okay, that said, yeah, let's go ahead and make this do a thing. What is
source / main.zig? Yes.
Main.zig. Okay, cool. Okay, so standard.debug. Does this go to standard error? Yeah, prints to standard error. Okay, got it. And then we've got buffer file. I'm going to go ahead and just make an issue and make some checkboxes. V1 goals here. So we need to be able to have -F to read a file, and then env name to read an env from the file, en-w env name equals value, right? And then we should do here .env. So this is, let's just see if we can get through these things and see how long this takes us. And you direct me. I prefer to use standard library stuff wherever possible. Stay away from dependencies. That seems to be kind of a value of the Zig ecosystem.
Yes, especially for a project like this. You could use an argument parser; it'd be simpler, but we can implement it ourselves. Shouldn't be an issue. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, if there's one that's really minimal, because in my mind, this is what I think. The argument parser should be comp time. You should be able to define your, like, here's...
It is, yeah.
Yeah, okay, and then it should run at comp time, and then the code should not actually do any of the parsing at runtime. Well, I mean, the code does the parsing of what you provide it, but the code, the declarative structure that you provide to instruct it what the parser should be constructed at build time, not runtime. That's what I'm saying.
But this is not like a new idea. In Zig, anything that you do that can be comp timed is comp timed, pretty much. It's like a rule, unspoken. Yeah.
Well, it is new. It is new
well,
because
for you,
only Zig does it.
Yeah, I guess.
And I guess a few people in the Rust community, but Rust is, the macro system's so complicated. There is a book that makes it understandable at all, but yeah. Okay, so Yeah, let's
You can remove everything honestly, and we can
all
rewrite it
right.
if necessary. But yeah, this is
We'll
all pretty
we'll
simple
just
thing. So
remove it all. Oh, this doesn't. Oh, I guess there's nothing that goes on the heap, so there is no arena or whatever it's called. Oh yeah,
in the
the
test,
Tesco in
there's
the
yeah.
Tesco right in here, huh?
Mhm.
Okay, cool. All right, so should we write the test first? I don't know what would the test be. Let's just
Uh,
write code. We'll
yeah.
figure out the
Remove
test.
the test for now. We just remove it for now. We just
Okay.
yeah. Um, I think okay. Let's just do it in one file for now. We can split it out later if
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
too
yeah,
large.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Also, what end format are you using? Like, what spec are you using for them?
POSIX.
But is there a POSIX spec for end files? I couldn't find one.
So there's not a POSIX spec for mviles because it's just a POSIX spec. Like so, it's POSIX existed before env. Env was created from POSIX env file. So a POSIX env file looks like we'll go in here config envman path.env. This is what a POSIX env file looks like.
Hmm.
So if you use single quotes, then it is a literal value. If
Right.
you use
Oh,
double quotes,
I know how this works. But for my free time, I wrote an env parser just to like warm up on this. But yeah, you can use export
really?
optionally. You can use single quotes for non-formatting. You can use variables in here, I guess, officially to yeah. Okay, this makes sense.
Yeah, so that's one of the tricky ones is keeping track of the variables, which is not necessarily in my v1.0, but hey, if we can do this quickly and we can do it, then we'll do it.
It should just be a hash map. So yeah, totally doable, I think.
All right. Okay, so what do I do? What documentation page should I have up? Zig standard library something
Uh,
something?
no, I don't think so. Oh goodness. I don't actually use the docs. I just use the LS for STD, honestly. But you can pull up the STD documentation experimental. It's a little finicky, but it should work now. It's
Okay.
down there in stable master. Yeah.
Unstable standard library documentation.
Yes.
Yeah. And then I don't even know what I'd be looking
We're
for. It'd
not.
be kind of be nicer if it was just a list than a grid, but we'll go that. Arcs.
No, just do
Do we
searches in the search bar, by the way. But yeah, no, there's no arg parser in the library. You could just do std. I think process.argzalloc,
arg
whatever.
argv?
You really don't want to use that. It's not cross-platform. Heads up.
Oh, really?
Yes, Windows does not support argv at all.
What?
Yep. C loads it by doing hidden control flow. Actually, yeah.
Hidden control. Whoa! I don't know what this means. I don't know the words. What they came out of your mouth. I don't know what they mean.
So hidden control flow just means that it does magic stuff that you can't see that allocates memory or something like that, right? And so C does that for you on Windows, but in reality, Windows does not support loading argv by default into your program. You have to call like a Windows 32 function for that.
Okay, so what should I be doing then?
You can just type in argzalloc in there, and you'll see std process argzalloc right there. Yes, and this will allocate the arguments for you.
Okay.
You can also use an args iterator with allocator, but I think let's keep it simple for now. Or actually, maybe an iterator would work better. I'm not sure. We can
Well,
just click on process. You can see the list of options you can choose from.
okay. Give me a second while I'm not familiar with the docs page, so there's going to be things that are super obvious to you where you're like, just click the button. But I haven't. I'm not familiar with it. The one time I used it back, it was probably over a year ago. It didn't look like this back then.
Yeah, it was
I don't.
different.
So I don't. Yeah, I don't remember seeing this. Okay, so process. So process, and then there is args allocator, args with allocator,
You probably want that one. That would probably be the best option, I think. Args
args
with allocator. So the difference is argzalloc allocates an entire slice of the arguments. Args with allocator does not. It just it's like an iterator through it. So just a different pattern for accessing these. But your code will be prettier, I think, with args with allocator. I'm not sure. Whatever works for you.
Well, I don't know, but let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and try the iterators. In my experience, iterators often overcomplicate things because people try because a lot of times what you actually want is random access. In this case, it seems, on the face of it, it seems like, yeah, we just want to pull one thing and then the next thing, and then we're going to build a hash map out of it. So it seems like iterator should work just as well. So I'm happy to give that a try. So I'll do standard dot process dot args with allocator. So, and then I have to have an alligator. or
Yes.
allocator.
You would just
So
do const allocator equals std.heap.page allocator. It's a pretty common thing to use.
like
Yep.
this,
Exactly like that. Yep.
and I don't. This is already initialized. I don't need to call it to pass in some parameters.
Nope. Initialized already. Yeah. All it is a vtable. So yeah, it's initialized by default.
All right, cool. All right, and then I'm going to get something back from this that's going to
Yes.
be an iterator. So
You are missing something though. So in Zig, one of the most popular errors in Zig, one that you'll see all the time, is error.out of memory, because Zig can catch out of memory errors. Unlike most languages, just ignore them. And so here you have to add a try to this args allocator call, because it could allocate the entire slice and then run out of memory.
Okay, so I'm assuming that I can do that in this type of syntax. No.
No. That's not allowable in Zig. The reason why
Okay.
is that abstracts away error handling in ways that are not good. I would just do try on the args line, the var args equals line. I mean.
Oh, okay. On this one.
Yes. So you do var args equals. No, you can't do that either. You can't. Try blocks do not exist in Zig. Simply.
All right. So school me.
Try is just an operator. You just do try on args like after the equal and before like it's a prefix operator. I mean, sorry.
Like this.
Yes. No dot. But yeah, that's it. All that's happening here is std.process.args allocator returns what we call an error union. All an error union is a union of an error value and the actual return value. Try just unwraps that value. And if it can't unwrap that value, it returns the error from the function.
Yeah, so this is like it's the result monad.
Yes.
Okay. And then so try unwraps it, but then how do I print a friendly message? I mean, in this case, it's kind of if the friendly message is good enough, then I wouldn't want to overwrite the friendly message. If the friendly message is your operating system is out of memory, kill something and try again, then that's great. But if the error message is obscure, then I would want to handle this in a way that I can present the user with something that I feel the user will understand.
It'll just say error out of memory, then print a stack trace in debug mode. That's it. So I think it's pretty clear what that means. But if you want to handle it,
if it's in release mode, will it skip the stack trace?
Yes.
Okay. Yep, that's good. I don't think that anyone will ever come across this. You're wrinkling your nose as though I wasn't sure if that was a well.
No, I mean it depends. For this is a simple application, I don't think so. But in a lot of data intensive applications or whatever, it happens surprisingly often. Yeah, so it's important to handle that. On embedded systems, for example, it happens. But yeah,
I know that it happens often. What I'm saying is, in a type of environment where it's not a container, or it's a container that somebody's using for development, where they're logging in and they're editing an env file, in that environment, you're generally not memory constrained. So, you know, you've got your 16 gigs or your 32 gigs or your 64 gigs of RAM in those, like, whereas someone's not going to run this in a container where there's another process that is eating up the full amount of the memory. So in practice, I don't think
unlikely.
I don't think that anyone will ever see this error.
No, it's highly unlikely. Let's put it like that.
I think I'm more likely to get hit by a bus than someone is to see this out of memory error. A bad Zig coder and AJ, good to see you, August.
It's Rimu, yeah, someone I know. Hi, Rimu. There's like a Zig community member. Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so we're making good progress here. 15 minutes in, we've got an allocator set up.
It's okay. We're doing okay.
All right, good. Okay, so args is now an iterator.
Yes.
And I guess this is where it would be good to have the ZLS because it would help me learn.
That's why I recommend ZLS. It's like a really powerful learning tool because it's faster than reading the docs, in my opinion. That's my take. But yeah.
No, I believe that. Okay, but we don't have it, and I need to have arg iterator, and it's got
So
next.
I can tell you, yeah. If you want, I can guide you through this because I'm familiar with the. So you just do while args.next.
While, whoops. And then does the syntax require, are we like this, or does the syntax require the parentheses?
It requires, yes.
Okay.
And what's
That's
cool
too
in C
bad. Y'all
languages?
could have taken a page from Go's book on that one.
No,
Unnecessary
no.
parentheses.
They're not necessary. They're useful. They're useful.
I want to hear the argument on that. Why are
Oh,
these parentheses useful? Because Go does not have the parentheses, and in the rare case, well, one, Go doesn't. Go just has 4, which I think is the right choice. And if you need an extra argument, you just put a semicolon. And I think with this, like this would be clear, right? Like you don't the parentheses kind of muddy it up. But why? Tell me why the parentheses are better.
honestly, I haven't thought of it too much. I just like them better.
Then you
I'm not gonna
can't.
lie. You have no argument either, frankly. When neither of us have an argument here.
What are you talking about? I thought about this long and hard. I've thought about this over years.
Okay, sure.
No, I have. I really like. I have used a variety of programming languages, and I have often pondered how could the syntax be both minimal and clear, because what we don't want is any human parse error or machine parse error where the next token is ambiguous to either the human or the parser. And as
Right.
far as I can tell, in something like this or 4, because the keyword defines basically a sub language that's going to come next, and you have to include it in the language anyway, but the keyword kind of defines what's allowable, so you can have unless it's allowable in Zig to like have while as a no, it's not. Okay. So yeah, and that should be the way it is. Keywords, you shouldn't be able to override keywords. Some languages allow that, bad
It's
idea.
it's a,
But
it's
anyway,
yeah. But no, yeah, you need parentheses in this. It's just a choice that's been made. It will never change, I don't think. Just
that's
letting you
okay.
know. But yeah,
That's okay. Like I don't begrudge it. It's the way most languages are. I'm just saying that it served a purpose at one point in time for the original C parser because of the way that they did expressions for things like 4. It doesn't, I don't believe that it serves a purpose in a modern language like Zig other than, the safety blanket of familiarity. I don't think it makes the parser simpler, but I would love to have someone tell me that I'm wrong and here's how it makes the parser simpler. But it doesn't matter. It's like I said, I'm going to make comments on this as we go. All right, so we did this. I'm assuming this is how we do it. Is this how we do it or no? No, we
exactly
don't.
yep. No. No. This is exactly how we do it. This is exactly how we do it.
It is?
The error just means it's unused. That's all it means. It's just exactly how you do it.
Oh, okay. Because I was thinking, oh no, next does return an option because it's an option
Yes.
of either the thing or I'm assuming. What do you call it? Null in Zig, or is it called nil, or is it called something
Null.
else? Okay, because Python calls it. I think Python calls it
None.
empty, and Go calls it nil.
Yeah.
Okay, so arg, right?
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna do a thing with the arg, and then.
Just start with a simple like log. Just do std.log.info. And this is a cool piece of Zing syntax. So here you have to okay, this is hard to explain. You have to do open quote left curly brace no in the std.log.info. Sorry, this is the argument. Sorry, it's a left bracket. My bad, like a squiggly bracket, like not bracket. Sorry, dang. It is a curly.
Okay, so this is a paren. So it's not left and right. It's open paren, open square, open curly.
Right.
Close paren,
I call it left and right
square,
because that's what the Zig
curly.
parser calls it. It's or the tokenizer rather.
I guess that makes sense. But it's open and close.
Sure.
All right.
So no, don't put arg in there. Essentially, what you have to do is close it, comma, and then create an anonymous, what we call an anonymous struct. So you do like that. Yes, exactly.
Like
You've seen this before. Yeah, like this.
Yeah. I did do something with Zig. It was a long time ago, but yeah. Okay, cool. So we do this, and then.
Oh, my bad. I missed one thing. You have to add an s there in the squiggly in the curlies because it has format as a string. Otherwise, it'll not know because you format it as a string or as inside the curlies. Yeah.
Inside.
Yes, lowercase s by the way.
Okay.
Is it lowercase?
All right. This is lowercase.
Okay. The font is a little, yeah, that makes sense.
I can make this a little bit bigger. Whoops.
No, it's all good. It's fine for me. It's fine for me. Maybe it's better for the stream. I'm not sure, but it's fine for me.
No, it's good. Here we go. We're a little bit bigger. Is that helpful?
It didn't change anything. I mean, I could see. I just thought it was a capital S, but yeah, we're chilling.
All right. Well, let's go on as many tangents and sidetracks as we possibly can. And the next one here is I will change the font. I have nerd font right now, but we can go to Menlo. Is that easier to read for you?
I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Do whatever works for you. It's all good. I don't
Okay.
think it updates live anyways. It's not updating the font, I don't think.
That's weird because it's updating it in all of the other terminals. I think it might be that I have to like, because this one is inside of a program that's currently running. So if I do this, because I can see on my other screens like everything's shifting, and then if I do this, that is so weird. I don't know why that is. Yeah, the one that I have highlighted, whatever. Okay, so we got that, and then zig build run,
Just
and
that. Well, actually, no, that's not that. You have to add dash dash for the arguments afterwards.
okay, so dash f dot
Well,
env.
careful, dash dash app because else
Oh,
it'll.
right. Yep, that's
There you
a
go.
POSIX thing, by the way. The dash
Yeah.
dash. Okay, so cool. This is great. This is exactly what I was hoping for. We're almost there now. One of the things in Zig is, memory is a resource. Fight for the user. Resources for
Design
the user.
design is an idea. You don't have to memorize anything. It's just an idea of like stuff you can do, but it's not
No,
like
you
a.
need to memorize it. You need to be like, before you open your editor every morning, you need to recite the Zen of Zig, breathe in, breathe out, and sip Mountain Dew, and then continue on to what you're going to do that day. The Zen of Zig is law. It's what binds us. It's what makes us a community that we can communicate with one another.
But you're actually missing something here. I'm not sure if you noticed it, but we allocate memory and then we forget to do something with the memory.
We gotta free the memory.
Yeah, we gotta free the memory. Yeah.
All right. Look, I am a lowly Go programmer.
Not like that. So, I can explain a few things here, I guess.
Yes.
So allocators are an interface, quote unquote. All that means is you have standard set of functions. You have dot free, which frees a slice, which is just a fat pointer. So it's just like a pointer and a length. That's what a slice is. And you have destroy, which frees a single pointer. So a pointer to some single value somewhere. Thing is, we don't have to use either of these here because we can do args.dnit, and that'll dnit it for you. Let me check if that takes. No, okay. But another thing you can do also that is a function. Yeah, another thing you can do is use defer. So here you're putting at the end of the function. Defer will do that for you. So just do defer.
So I could right here is defer block?
So it doesn't matter because in Zig everything's an expression. So defer can be an expression that's direct like this, or it can be a block. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing.
Okay. So you defer and then expression.
Yes.
And then defer just means that before this returns, it will run this.
Yes.
Okay.
And by the way, the order is inverse. So if I do like defer A, B, C, it'll do C, B, A. And that it makes sense when you allocate more stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Good to know. And that is what I would expect. It's good to have that confirmed. All right, cool. So far, so good.
Yeah.
We now have a correct. So, okay, but here's a question. Why did I not get a build error for not deallocating the memory? How would I turn that on?
Zig is not capable of doing that. Simply, it does not prioritize that. It is not possible to track this kind of stuff efficiently without a borrow checker. And I don't believe you can find like undefined memory use, stuff like that, but finding memory errors completely, I don't think is efficient or possible without a borrow checker. Yeah, at compile time.
I mean, so in my experience with C, there were ways to build it. I think Valgrind was the thing. You'd run it. Yes. I think you'd build it in debug mode and you'd run it with Valgrind, and it would tell you when the program exited, here's all the things that were allocated, and then here's the things that are left over at the end of the program that were never deallocated.
But you have to run it. The thing you can't do that at compile time efficiently without a borrow checker, as far as I'm aware.
Okay, so how do I run it with the memory checks on? Or do I use Valgrind?
So you can use Valgrind, or you can use it. You can also use a what is it called? You can use an allocator that checks if it's leaking memory. You can use a GPA for this actually. So what we can do is you can use a general purpose allocator, and that'll check the memory for you.
Yeah, let's do that. Because see, here's the thing. Like most people, I have a small brain, so I want the computer to do as much as it can to help me. Because, yeah. All right. So You're
So
saying,
also, chat mentioned that defer is indeed run before the scope end. So if you're in a block, defer will run at the end of the block and not the scope.
okay, okay, and that
Which
makes
makes sense,
sense
I
too.
think. Yeah.
That's yeah, that's also yes. Thank you for being more specific about that.
So what you would do is you would do const. So you do sorry, it'd be a variable. You do var GPA. So you do have just yeah. So var GPA equals std.heap.general purpose allocator.
Do I need to type that all out?
Yep. Capital. Sorry. So in types in Zig and type. Geez, in Zig types are capitalized.
That's
Um,
acceptable.
like the Pascal case. I mean, yeah.
That's good. That's good. I
Yeah.
accept this.
Fun
This is
fact
good.
though. Also, I think is it? Let me check if it's to heap or mem. I always forget general purpose. It is heap. Okay, we're good. So something to keep in mind. It's actually not a type. Fun fact. It is a function, and this is a super common pattern in Zig. It's what we call a type function. All
It's
that
a
it means is that it takes arguments and returns a
constructor.
type.
It's a comp time construct. Oh, okay.
Not really constructor.
Yes,
It returns a type at comp time. Yeah,
got it. Yeah, I think I have the mental model for this.
right. It's generics.
Yeah. It's yeah. That I think this was mentioned in the original Road to Zig 1.0. It's amazing how much it's. It sounds like well, it seems like just from this little bit, from then to now, it looks like things have stayed the same philosophically, meaning like it's on the same track. It doesn't seem like it's actually deviated from that because a lot of times you get further along and you realize I was wrong about this. I should have done this instead. But I mean, we've only gotten to the hello world part, but still, it's yeah. Okay,
So
so the
leave config
config.
empty.
Okay,
You'll only have to add an allocator, I think, at runtime.
well,
So you'll
help
be
me
fine.
understand this. So there's a config here, and the config has these fields.
That's not the config field. Careful. That is the field of the type that's returned.
Oh,
Um,
okay,
yeah. But
okay,
config allows you to set whether or not you want to track errors, memory limits, stuff like that. The defaults are great though. But yeah, you can redo that if you want.
yeah. Let me just take a look. Okay. Now, do we have build flags where I could say in debug mode, use the general purpose allocator and in release mode, use the page allocator?
Yes, this is really cool. You can just do so up at the top of the file. You can do const built-in equals import built-in.
Whoops.
And built-in is a file generated by the compiler that contains system information,
Okay.
like what you're compiling with for like the release mode contains your OS stuff like that. You need a semicolon, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Why does it not insert semicolons for me when I just hit, right? Why
Well,
doesn't
you
the
don't have
formatter just do
DLS,
it?
No, I'm kidding. No,
So
but
ZLS will do that?
no,
ZLS will?
actually, I have to merge that PR. I have a PR open for that, but
Okay.
not yet.
Yeah, because one thing I want any language that has specific rules about semicolons or commas or that sort of thing where it's it's obvious. It's obvious you've reached the end of line, the statement is over. Just insert it for me. I mean, I'm 100% on board. The compiler should only have to do one thing. When it comes to the DevTools should take care of minutia like that.
Yeah.
So I'm glad to hear that's coming in.
The dev tools don't really exist. It's just community stuff, pretty much. Yeah.
Well, they do. There is a Zig Tools repo, right? I mean,
well, yeah, it's just stuff that we own as a community, though. It's not actually officially maintained. Just letting you know. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, this is official enough for me. If it's been blessed under Zig Tools, it's official.
It has not been blessed. That name is coincidental. It's not been blessed at all. But
it's blessed.
okay, sure.
Somebody is curating this. Somebody has the keys to the kingdom.
I'm the guy curating this, by the way. So yeah, heads up. But no, I mean,
then you are the man who makes the decisions. So you are the blesser. You are the person who blesses or unblesses.
Sure. Okay. I will bless the semicolon autofix. Then I'll merge that in for you.
Thank you. All right. So anyway, what do I do with the built-in here?
You can just do. Let me check. I think it's dot mode.
I'm guessing it's if built-in something.
Yes.
And then.
So I believe it's called built-in dot mode. Let me check. Without DLS, I struggle. And to be frank with you, it's surprising. I think it's built-in dot mode. Wait, the docs don't document. No. Give me a minute here. That's odd. They don't document built-in. I'm surprised. Oh, there we go. I think it is mode. Yeah, dot mode. That's it. So you would just do dot mode. And then you can do like equals dot debug. Careful, it's not a string. So a few things about Zig. You can't use
Oh,
equals for
interesting.
strings unless you're comparing the pointers. Um,
Oh, okay.
and debug here is capitalized. It's the same capitalization as in the build file. Unfortunately, it's wrong. Capitalization is wrong, but you have to do it like that. Yeah, for that.
Okay, that's all right. I can accept this.
Yeah. And so what you can do now is, yeah, like this pretty much. So it's actually a little more complicated because GPA is its own type and stuff like that, and you have to DNit it specially. How can I do this efficiently? Also, yeah, you're using the wrong thing, as Remy mentions, in GPA. You have to use a dot curly curly.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm not familiar with. So this is a build time inferred struct, right? So it's like this is going to be a struct, and at build time we're going to figure out did the type match, or like what, like this is going to get replaced at build time with the struct that is the correct size or whatever. Like this is the developer feature. I can make this thing empty and have no fields, and it's just like Go, and I believe Rust does. Yeah, Rust does this as well. It's like, okay, I'll look at what you tried to do, and then I know what type it is, and if you tried to do something that doesn't make sense, then I'm going to yell at you.
Kind of. So that's one of the cases. The other case is if you look at se.log.info down at the bottom of the file. That's we call a tuple or an anonymous struct. Well, they're both all anonymous structs, but this is the application of any type. So any type means that it'll take any anonymous struct type and then do magic with it at compile time and at runtime.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a simple way to think about it. Absolutely, it will infer the type for you.
So are there do we also have tuples as well?
Tuples are those. The anonymous structs are tuples. Yes. No, they
That's
are.
like saying arrays are objects.
No,
Because
no, 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 no. Careful.
because
These are not.
tuples are a list where each item in the list can be of a different type.
Yes.
A
That's what these are.
struct is a key value pair where each value can be a different type.
Yeah. Also, I see someone in chat asking who I am. Hi, I'm August. I wrote the Zig language server, and I've been using Zig for a few years. So, yeah, just helping AJ learn some Zig.
Yeah, he's helping me learn. So unlike O defers random, Vitals says hello. Nada blame August. Check done. But blame goes both ways. It also has to be praise August. Change my main account. GPA misses dot what? I don't know what that
Yeah, there's
means.
just some stuff about GPA missing. We fixed that though. Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Who's this guy? We fixed that one. ZLS guy, nice hello. I praise him enough. All right, good.
So something we should probably do here. I was going to say, wait, where yeah, tuples. So these are, oh god, it's hard to explain anonymous structs. Essentially, they get inferred. So if you want, you can make tuples with anonymous structs. They are, oh goodness.
Okay, all right, I get it.
Because all a tuple is anonymous struct with the field name 0, 1, 2, etc. That's all it is.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. All right. Fair. Yep. Yeah. Well, it's just from a computer science perspective, I think that it's a pity that more people don't know what tuples are, or I call them tuples. What's the correct way to pronounce them? Is it tuples or tuples?
No idea.
Okay. Well, we can just keep saying them differently. I tend to slide into the speech patterns of the person I'm speaking with. So I will probably end up calling them tuples for the duration of this. Even though I know in my heart it's tuples, but, but, yeah, I think not enough people know what tuples are and how they're different and similar to lists and objects, because they have a very, there's something elegant about them if you are in a language that has them, and they have a correct use. But in this case, I understand.
No, but they are correct.
The keys
it's just
are
a struct with different types. Like
yeah,
you can do like a tuple of
0, 1,
U8 and U16, stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So what do we do in order to get this thing to be able to run in either way and then get the memory check happening?
It's a little complicated. So first of all,
Okay.
you have to move up and do var GPA. Move that outside of the if completely, because
right.
you can't like move that entirely out up here. And what you'll do is you'll add another. So you'll do if built-in mode equals debug here again. You have to because of how GPA works.
All right. So I'm going to have 2 of these if blocks.
Yes.
All right.
And just do that when you're knitting GPA. Yeah. So just put that in the init.
All right. So put this inside.
Yes, put this in the equal. Oh, no, that's not what I mean. Like, just do var GPA equals if built-in.mode equals debug.
Oh, varg. Okay, right.
Yeah.
Got it.
So that way we're knitting the GPA if we're in debug. Otherwise, we're going to knit nothing. We're going to knit void, and that'll be
All right, now, do I need to return here?
no. So you can do two things. In Zig, you can just not have the curlies, the squigglies around the if statement, and that'll just
Okay.
get the type for you.
I don't believe in that. Curly's
You don't want
always go
that?
around an if.
So then what you can do is you can use a what you call a tagged block break. So you just do BLK colon. BLK is a common placeholder, just means block colon, and then you can do break BLK on the other line.
Oh, wait.
Not here. Like when you're like you have to return the type. So you have to like put the type in the break. I mean, sorry. So you would do that here, and you
So
have to
I
put a
would do break BLK colon.
colon before here. So after for the marking the block, and then before here. Yeah.
Like this?
Yes. The colon is for the block, for the like the block label, not for the break operator. You have this extra space there. The space there is wrong. It's
All
it's
right, sorry.
before the BLK, but not with the break.
Okay, hold on. Sorry.
Yeah.
Not. Okay,
Yeah. There you go.
got
Yeah.
it. Got it. Got it. Okay, so
You
like
need
this.
semicolon still. Yes, you need semicolon still, but other than
Still
that, you're
need a
good.
semicolon. Okay, I got confused because Rust does this where the semicolon is what defines, like, you can either use return or you can omit the semicolon. It's that one I've always struggled with. I'm glad that this is not that way, but that was just where my brain was.
It's explicit
Okay.
here. You're
Okay, and so
missing
then
one more thing
because
though.
this is a statement, it
Exactly.
needs a semicolon. Okay, got it.
You have to init the GPA though, so you have to do another. It's send it to so SDG. This thing you initted here is a type. We want a value, so you have to init it. And to do that,
Okay.
you just have to do go at the end of the line, and do open curly. It's an open curly. Careful.
Oh,
You're
sorry.
knitting the no worries.
You,
And then dot backing underscore allocator equals sd.heap.page allocator.
whoops. Oh, I'm probably mistyping.
You're good.
Allocator equals.
And then just std.heap.page allocator. So what that means is the GPA will use the page allocator to allocate memory internally. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so all right, I am going to do this a little bit differently.
Sure, you want to init it first as a type. That makes sense.
So as a type, do I put var in front as well?
You would use const. By convention, I think var is legal as well. I've never used var for types really, except for
That's
content.
okay.
But yeah, use const. It's fine.
That makes sense because a type is constant. So that I mean
Yes.
that makes sense. And then I
Well,
assume that I should be able to put this on multiple lines so that
so the convention for this, you're not using Zig format right now. The convention is if you want it to be on multiple lines, you have to add a comma after the last field in it, like this. That's convention. Yeah.
this one.
Yeah, in Zig format, if you run the Zig format, it will enforce multi-line like this when you have a comma at the end, like that. Yeah.
I think the reason that Zig format's not running right now is because I have a syntax error here.
That might be it.
So,
No, because it's still not running. I'm not sure why. Right, you spelled the gap wrong. Gap on the other line before.
oh, GPA.
Yeah. Yeah, I think just Zig format's just not running. You have to enable the option from the repo because you're not using ZLS. You have to enable the option from the ZigVim repo. I think.
I thought that, well, things have changed. I could have sworn things have changed while I have been saving in here, but I will check on that in a bit. Let's get through this and then I'll go back and check on that.
Okay.
And
Because
let's
I can't see
I'll
the
read
commit down here. But,
I'll read comments real quick. All right. I think this is in regards to tuple. Neither. It has some weird Swedish pronunciation. Tuple can be pronounced as lots of different ways. Stand at my weird Swedish pronunciation theory. Thanks. Is it Rimus?
it's
Remus?
Rimu, I think. Yeah.
Rimu. Okay, yeah. See, Rimu, if you would follow Zig casing, then we would know that it's Rimu _ SPP. What's going on, man? All right. Labels. What's next? Go to? Yeah. Oh, Rimu, you're great.
No.
Oh. Now we're breaking in continuous alternative coach. Cool. All right. Well, I'm glad y'all are having a good time. Okay, cool. So what do we need to do next? Actually, You think about what we need to do next. I'm going to read this and let my brain process because I've been using my word center to speak with you, and I need to give it a second of silence to read instead.
Sure.
Okay. That's weird that it's a break rather than a return.
Well, return implies a function generally. Even in Rust, it's not. You can't use return in a block as far as I'm aware. Yeah. Whereas break here implies that it's a block that you're breaking from, like a for loop or something like that. But here it's any block in Zig. Yeah.
And so anytime you use a break, you must use a label.
Yes, it's required.
That's acceptable.
Yeah, prevents confusion. Yeah, except for loops where it's inferred that it's the right loop above you. But you can use labels if you want for those. There's special rules around it, and we can talk about those later if they come
Well,
up.
I do like the idea that you enforce because labels are not well known enough in the programming community in general, and they come in really handy and they prevent bugs.
Yes, absolutely.
So I do like that. All right, so I got a type allocator. I'm creating an instance of the type. Okay, cool. I like this. This feels nice to me. This is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen.
Okay, that's that's bold. Okay, sure. I mean, I think it's cool.
I mean, I've played around with, I don't know, a dozen different programming languages. So in my mind's eye, I don't know what the actual implementation details are, but in my mind's eye, I have a mental model as to why this works as it does.
Mhm.
And it's clean and it's simple and it's something that I feel like I could explain to someone else.
Right.
It's not something where I feel like I have to have a drill press going into my head. Like I can read through this, and with my experience with various languages, I understand what this is doing and why it works.
Right.
This doesn't look like magic to me. This looks like common sense.
Exactly. This is why Zig is a read-first language. It might be harder to write in some senses, but reading it should be super easy. Like
Well,
even if you don't know
this
programming, you can go through it and kind of get it. Right.
and this is one of the things that I would love to see. I think that developer tools do us a great disservice in that people are focused too much on trying to make languages clever rather than saying let's make a macro system on top, because I would also be totally okay with it if we said let's say that Zig Thumped or some other tool allowed me to write this, so it implemented a language that was a superset of Zig, and it
Ooh.
allowed me to write this, but then when I do save, it
It fixed it.
automatically inserts BLK0 and I realized that I just made a mistake there. I'll go fix it. But if it were to automatically insert this, that would be acceptable, and that would even be desirable. Like,
I disagree, but hey, yeah, with different takes. Yeah.
well, get the minutia out of my way, right? Like, let people get the minutia out of their way. Let people get the, oh, I have to type too many letters out of my. That's the whole reason ZLS exists, right? Is you want to get some of that minutia out of the way. And what I'm saying is, you could have this, and then you could have a linter error, right? You could say, okay, if it's named BLK0, that's a linter error. And
Ugh.
so before you ship it, you need to name it, but allow me to write like basically give me snippets built into the language so that I can write a little bit of shorthand and then have it expand out, but have the expansion happen at dev time, not as part of the macro system, at
Right.
the build time system. Anyway,
I don't know about that. We don't really have linters in Zig or anything like that. Just it's like an ideological thing. A good language should not require a linter. It's a good language. You figure it out on your own. As format does the formatting. Other than that, it's your choice to do whatever you want. But
interesting. So I agree that a linter in an ideal language, which I don't know if one can exist, but in an ideal language, there would be no linter because the constraints of the language would be so tight that it would not be possible to write bad code.
right.
But we don't live in an ideal world, and just like pi is not a rational number and there's no way to solve that, right? There's going to be situations that occur that there is no ideal solution for, in the same way that pi is a necessary number, but it's not ideal.
Sure.
But yeah, anyway, I mean, like,
Also, about your code, you're going to need a few more things here.
of course, I'm going to need a lot more things.
Oh, I can't believe we're
I
running
imagine this
almost 2
code is
hours
probably
in.
going to be like 200 lines.
Oh yeah, the code I wrote as an example was like 200 lines. Yeah, so we're gonna have to, and I was just reading. But yeah, let's just do this real quick.
Okay.
GPA should also have an else, because otherwise it's going to be actually yeah, I guess it should have an else because you have to return a value of some sort, and just do else void. Oh, you really love blocks and breaking. This is okay, sure.
Well, okay, we'll see, because I could be convinced, but my problem with this is the same problem that it's been in C. Like, there's literally a T-shirt about this, right? With one of the Mac OS security vulnerabilities. Well, I guess it was OS X, but so it's so easy to have an else or an if, and then to have something that takes place accidentally because you decide to move it out. But well, I guess the formatter will run. This is not allowed.
Yes.
Let's see.
Also, that's still wrong because void is a type here. You want to do a void and init. So you want to do void and then init void. So you like how you would do with a struct, like just curly curly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. But I guess I have to get used to the language a little bit first.
Mm.
But to me, this feels wrong because I've seen so many bugs in so many people's code over the years by omitting the braces.
I understand that. I remember I caused a ZLS seg fault before a few. Well, not a few. I think I only run into this once, where because of an else that was unclosed or open by accident, it was causing problems. But
yeah, and so that's where I would say that the language should guard against that in some way. It should
and
not
that's why
be
there's
possible.
a PR open about this. But Zig format, it would just actually like give you an error and be like, you can't do this because the indentation is wrong. And so it's deceiving indentation pretty much, and they would disallow that, which would be useful.
All right, but so until that PR is merged, I'm going to stand by this.
Sure. And so now you have a GPA. So essentially, in debug mode, it's going to be an actual GPA. In release, it will be just nothing, which is reasonable. And then for var alloc, you just have to do a similar thing. So for var alloc, if it's in debug, the allocator is going to be gpa.allocator.
Okay. Well, would it not be just as well to check if this is void?
It would never be because we're in debug. Also, the compiler will check it for you. It's a type at runtime, at comp time. It will literally not compile if the type is wrong.
Oh, right. So yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going to be a little bit slow on that because comp time is something that's unique to Zig.
Sure.
That I'm not familiar with in other languages. So I am aware of it, but my muscle memory is not going to catch up for a couple weeks. Okay, so here we go.
So I recommend using the name allocator instead of alloc. Just heads up, just convention stuff.
Okay, all right, I'll do that. That's agreeable.
And so here, for else, you would break with the page allocator. So just a block you break out of it.
Okay, let me do this again. Break. Okay, and I might this BLK thing is going to get redundant, so I might be able to be convinced that this is doing more harm than good. But well, I'll wait for that PR to get fixed. So then here,
I'll let you figure this one out. It's relatively simple, I think. Well, actually, that's a lie.
And so this one would then be, I'm guessing GPA dot get allocator or something like that.
Just allocator function call. So allocator is lowercase here. Yes. All that means is it takes the GPA and then maps the right functions to. Also, you need the break as Remo mentions. But yeah, all it does is it takes the GPA, maps the stuff to the allocator vtable. That's all it does, and then returns the allocator type for you.
Okay, and then it's really weird getting used to putting a semicolon after an if. I love it though. I love if as an expression. I think it's absolutely wonderful. Okay, so this seems like a lot of boilerplate that I would love to just put in, like basically put in a separate file, because this is really obnoxious, and I feel like personally every program that I write, I would want to be this way so that I might change out what allocator I use if I get smart enough to choose a different one, but I would not want this clogging up my main. But I would want this to be my default in every Zig program I write. I want to be able to check for race conditions and memory errors and stuff. So I'd want to use the GPA that has that debug stuff.
I recommend leaving it in here though. It's not much code because we're start writing like a lot of code, like 500 lines of code, and that'll actually be a separate file. But putting stuff in separate files like this little code is generally like a pretty bad malady. You shouldn't be doing it generally, in my opinion at least.
No,
We have like
no,
100
dude,
files.
be
Yeah.
strong. Be strong. Don't hand wave it away with, oh, like my opinion. No, tell me the truth and tell me it's the truth.
Code in 100 files is not readable, period. Put it in 5 files, sure. 100 files, I cannot navigate that efficiently.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you.
But you're also missing some more stuff. So we have to add even more if statements here. Actually, only
right.
one.
Great. Well,
and so we have,
this looks like this will run. Hold on, I want to try it.
it won't catch any errors, but it will run. Yes.
Okay.
And the reason why is you have to actually DNet it to catch the error. So all you have to do here is for the GPA, just do defer. So right below the var GPA calculator, not right below, but like, you have to go down.
So should I be doing that here?
Yes.
Let me turn on number. Actually, I'm going to make this my default for our session together. So let me turn on number. That way we can communicate more effectively.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, line 14. And the reason why is because defer again is block scope. So you have to do it outside for it to defer the main function. And so all you would do here is if bulletin.mode equals debug, because it'll only begin it in debug. And the reason why is because you can't DNet void, right? Like that's not really, you can't call functions on void. Right. You can, but there's no member functions, quote unquote. And then you would just do GPA.DNet. I think that's correct. Let me. I've never used GPA actually. Let me think it's a DNet. Let me confirm. Yep, DNet, and you have to do an underscore equals GPA.DNet because as Remo mentions, because it will return a boolean. You can ignore that mostly though. It'll also print out the error for you, I think.
All right. So then, if I forget to do this,
hopefully that works. Or you might have to do check leaks. I'm not sure. Let's see what happens. Crap, you might have to do check leaks. Let me.
You do it once versus doing it 10,000. Oh, sorry. I'm going to catch up on comments while you look that up.
No worries. You need to do check leaks, yeah.
Okay. You do it once or twice in a whole program. This is more redundant than if not nil. Prove me wrong. I'm not sure what you're referring to. I don't feel like we've gotten far enough to make that claim. So I actually want to address that when we get to a point where I feel like we can, but we're too early on, and we're dealing with a special case of me recognizing that I am a suck system level programmer and wanting the guardrails on, and doing some boilerplate to put guardrails on that the hubris of the Zig community doesn't believe that they need the guardrails, so they leave them off by default.
It's not really that. It's just that, I guess with experience, you can manage memory efficiently without having to check for it. But yeah, no.
That's exactly what I said.
Okay, sure. I said it in a nicer way, I think.
Yeah, that's yeah. That,
no,
okay,
about the
do
not equals nil thing though.
Okay. All right, and I do like that. So why did that not give me an error before? Because I love it when, if there's a return value, you should either void or underscore assign or something like that. Okay, so something about my setup is not correct. It's not running the linter, as it were.
It's not really, no, it's not a linter. It's runtime. Careful. Big. But I write that for my job. I can define linters.
It was syntactically correct.
Sure. It just fails. It won't give you a warning. It will straight up not compile your code. But yeah. What you can do now is to do underscore equals GPA.check leaks, I believe is the name. Yes, detect leaks. Sorry about that.
All right, so where is this at?
Just above DNet, because once it's DNetted, you can't check for leaks.
Okay, got it. That makes sense.
Yeah. Detect leaks is the name. And about the not equal nil comment, that's mostly for error handling as far as I'm aware. We're just doing it for debug here. It's a comp time thing. You can also make it a variable, whatever, but for now this is fine. Also, functions in Zig are...
All right, slow down a second. Sorry. What were you talking to me, or are you talking to the comments?
The chat, yeah.
Okay.
It's a little boilerplatey for now. We can always rearrange it and make it less boilerplatey though. But for detect leaks, functions in Zig are typically camel case. Heads up.
Okay. Now this is good. But wait, didn't we have a function that wasn't? No. Okay. So yeah, I love the idea of classes are Pascal case, functions are camel case, values are snake case. That is the right way. I'm 100% on that. Okay. Anything that can be serialized or marshaled should be snake case. 100%, full stop, no other opinions allowed. This is good. This makes it clear whether it's a function. I love it. This is great. This is well thought out. This is sensible. Okay, so, and now we can see if it works.
I think it should work though. No. Are you running it let me, let's read through this. It is being run in debug. We are using the GP allocator.
Could we put some console.logs in here? Was it
Sure.
standard.debug. I forget, out?
Dot print.
Print. And then I put this mabob and something, and then, well, here I can just put is debug, and then is not debug, or is release, let's say. And then
Semicolon's missing. Also, you need the anonymous struct.
leaks. Oh, I have to have the anonymous struct either way?
Yes.
Oh, that makes sense because of function signature.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Agreed. Dang, this language is so well thought out.
Right? No, it's great.
It really is. It really is. Okay, so
I can't see part of the code because my big melon covers it, so I can actually tell if.
oh, okay, yeah. Let's hold on just 1 second. We're gonna downsize your melon.
Okay.
I'm gonna pick the August filter, and we're gonna let's see. Actually, weird thing. It doesn't actually have melon size as one of the values. So I'm gonna do the best I can here. And then
I think the top right might be a better spot to put me. Maybe I'm not sure, something like that, because the bottom is full of code. I'm not sure. All right, maybe not.
it's okay. I mean, we can play around with this. We can make you smaller.
Sure.
Wait, people fight me so much on that. So much on what? On the snake case thing? I mean, this there's some things that are empirically discernible. Okay, we can empirically know that snake case is right by this is how we know. If you need proof, this is the only proof you need.
The reason this is wait.
This is the reason snake case. Because neither a human nor a machine can make sense of what this means without context that is lots of extra context. This makes no sense. This is the worst name variable. Well, that's not possibly true. I haven't looked at the Windows source code. This is the second worst name variable. The other one is proprietary, and no one has seen it except the people that looked at that leak a few years ago. But this, yeah.
About this, by the way, the Zig issue that mentions snake case variable naming, stuff like that, mentions the XHR name specifically, like by name. So fun fact.
Well, I mean, this is the canonical example of the worst variable name that is the most well known. You know, like this made it, a committee voted on this name. They voted yes. 10 people got in a room and submitted a ballot, approve. Like I hope that Douglas Crockford wasn't one of them. I'm pretty sure he wasn't. But that would be the hypocrisy of hypocrisies. No, he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't do that to us. Okay, cool. So this is so the problem we have. Well, I'm guessing \n works the same as in every other language.
Yep.
I just need to. Do we have a println, or is it just no? You're not going to put ln. You're just going to put.
I use
/n.
log typically instead of print, but it doesn't really matter. The difference is that there's different APIs for it, whatever, but it's fine.
Okay, so what we got is debug. All right, now this does not make sense. Okay, how could we possibly have?
No, it makes sense though. It's debug. That makes sense.
No. Look, because what doesn't make sense is this if else runs and then this one doesn't. Why does this defer?
It does
because
run.
the program exits? But
I think you missed the output.
Detect leaks. What?
Oh, you missed the output. Detect leaks is down there.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I did miss it. I was again, brain fart. Not enough Mountain Dew yet. I'm gonna have to get a couple more of those. Okay, I did miss it. Detect leaks is right there. Okay, so why did it not work?
I'm not sure. This is weird.
Does dinit get called automatically on something that exits scope?
I absolutely know why. I can tell you right now. Because on Linux, you don't have to allocate the arguments. The allocator is for Windows. On Linux, it's not even used. That's why.
Oh, okay. So what you're telling me is I need to get my Windows MacBook out.
No, you can just allocate something with like you can just do a gpa.alloc u8 or whatever, create u8 and see what happens, and it'll give you
Okay.
the error.
All right. Wait. Listen. Here goes. Oh, no, it doesn't. Windows. Sleep doesn't work on a normal computer. Sleep really doesn't work on Windows running on a Mac. So I have to hold down the button for 10 seconds. Probably have like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. And now, 1, 2. There we go. That's my Windows computer. Okay. So,
Yeah, you can just do underscore equals allocator try allocator.create u8, and that'll create a u8 pointer.
so you are familiar with all of this stuff. And so
Yes,
you rattle it off your tongue before I have time to process it. So I'll just ask you to repeat things, but slower.
it's all good. Yeah. So you do underscore equals to discard the return value,
Yep.
and then try, because you're gonna allocate something, which can return an error. Allocator dot create. That'll create a single pointer to something, and we'll just do u8. So you'll do open parenthesis u8. U8 is an unsigned 8-bit integer. Close that, semicolon. That's it. And if you run that, it'll give you an error because you're not freeing it.
Okay, let's try it.
There you go.
All right. We officially have a hello world that is now that I was going to go in a circle, but I can't do it. This is now we've reached hello world. This is the true hello world. This is the hello world that these are the droids I'm looking for. Excellent. This is amazing. Ha! Yes. Now, with that, I don't want to go into a tangent on this if this is not just a one-liner. But is there a way that I mark something as I'm never going to deallocate it? No, because what I should do in that case is I should just deallocate it in main. Because there's things that you don't ever want to deallocate, right? You just want to leave them in there. But if main exits, they should be in the defer for deallocation.
Also, Remu mentioned something in chat that I just checked myself by looking at the source code. You can remove the tech leaks. The tech leaks is called in DNet for you. So yeah, you can remove that.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, as Remu says, you can also use an arena for that. An arena will just deallocate everything in a bunch in like a one fell swoop. Yeah.
Well, an arena is a type of allocator, right?
Right.
Okay. So I could create an arena that is basically static memory on the heap. That I
Yes.
don't want to be memory managed.
Right. What do you mean by
I don't
static
want to be
memory
checked.
here? I mean,
So what I mean is, like, I'm going to allocate a block. An arena is a block that I allocate on the heap that
Yep.
is not like I'm not going. I will allocate from the arena,
Mhm.
but the arena will not change. The arena is going to stay in the same place relative to my application, regardless of like the arena is not deallocated unless I deallocate it. It is
Yeah.
it is a static chunk of memory. It is not being allocated and deallocated as I put things in and out of it.
It is. Careful. It's not static at all. It will grow if you put more stuff into it. It has to grow. You can't just it has to allocate memory for the allocation with the underlying allocator for it.
But can I not create an arena that's say 4K and say, okay, I want to be able to use this memory however I want to use it, but I don't want it to be tracked by
Yeah, you can use a fixed buffer allocator.
fixed buffer allocator. Is that an arena? Sorry, and also
No.
I'm not familiar with all these terms. I've seen them once or twice as I looked through documentation a year ago, but
An arena is just blocks of dynamic memory you allocate, and then you just clear them all in one go with one DNet, which is something you can't do with a normal allocator. Yeah, that's all.
Okay, cool. So it's pseudo garbage collection. Like when I'm done with the arena, I just wipe the whole thing out.
Pretty much. Like a pretty common thing to use this for is like a hot loop of some sort. Like you're looping through like data, you're reading a lot of it. You could use an arena there and you clear it out after that loop or during that loop.
That's
right?
cool.
Yeah.
That's really, really cool. All right. I'm also, since you're so small now that your name can't be read, I just got rid of your name out as a floating black box. Okay. All right. This is great. Thank you so much. This has been incredibly enlightening. This makes me feel good. Uh, this is just great. So already just this is exciting, and I am so happy that we've spent this time together. Now, how much further can we get?
Oh, do you want to do? I can stay here for like 4 more hours if you want to. It's all good. I have like all the time in the world.
Okay, great. Let's go through as far as we go. I pretty much have all day as well, so I can play hooky today.
I gotta like finish some work, but like, I can come fill that in later. It's all good.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
and let me read just a couple comments here. He speaks and thinks faster than I do, and I'm quite used to Zig. Detect leaks is redundant. Yep.
yeah, we removed that.
Global allocator arena fixed buffer allocator is best for that description. Okay, can you even stop the heap from not getting moved by this? Okay, so this is where when I kind of had those pause moments, and I was like, ah, yes, I am aware of that, but the pointer references inside the program don't change. From the perspective of the program, the memory is static. So assuming that the program is prioritized because it is in the foreground, then yes. So yes, but again, we have to kind of pick which layer we're talking about. And for my purposes here today, I am concerned with the perspective of the application, not the operating system or the hardware.
Right. I mean, the OS will abstract the pointer value for you, stuff like that. You don't have to worry about that. But
Right.
yeah, about that, I would not use the word static. Static is a very specific meaning in a lot of contexts that wouldn't apply here. I would just say it's a use after free. Like an example where this is dangerous is you have an array list, okay? You grow that array list. You add 10 more elements. You have to allocate more memory. You have to free the old memory and then reallocate it, which means that the old pointers are invalid. If you use them, it's used after free.
Right.
That's dangerous. But yeah, for now, an arena doesn't have the same problem because it uses blocks instead. So yeah.
But the arena, if I were to try, like the arena, excuse me, will have its own out of memory error, just like the regular alloc. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
good.
because it has to allocate anyways.
Understood. Understood. Yes. Good. So this is great. I love this. I'm super excited about this. I'm going to commit this because something worked that didn't work before. And let me just make sure that it actually runs. Oh, wait, what?
Because you didn't remove the create, and you also didn't add the DNet back. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I can remove the create. So this was, yeah, for the purposes of this, to cause a memory leak to test the detector.
Just call it the GPA is what we usually call it, like colloquially.
The so you refer to the process of detection, the GPA?
No, GPA just means general purpose allocator. We would just say the GPA for all of its applications, for the bucket allocation, for the detection, stuff like that.
Right, but so my comment here, the purpose of this would be to cause a memory leak on purpose.
Yes.
To, let's say, not test but observe the leak detector.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to fit it on one line. Of course, it would be on one line anyway, because
you should still DNet, by the way, the arguments, because on Windows it will allocate, and then you'll have an outer memory.
Right. Sorry. So yes, and that
And you also want to defer for that as well. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, and that semicolon. Yeah. So one thing that you'll notice about the way I type is I will often do what I just did, where I will type what is in my mind and then go either to the back of the line or the beginning of the line to fill in. But that's fine. You can tell me things that I'm already about to do because all we need is at least once communication. So we're good.
Also, you are missing. You have the print statements which you can remove, I guess, if you want to remove those. They're unnecessary. I don't think, unless you want to keep them there. But yeah, you have 2 more, by the way. Yeah, you have one on 16, one on 7.
Yeah, I think I'm going to keep the debug ones in.
Okay.
So Let's see. Oh,
You would use
actually,
log for this. Yeah,
blog or info? Log?
it's log.info.
And then what was the thing like mode? Mode
Yeah,
equals. All
you would
right.
do sorry, you would do deep sd.log.info.
Oh, .log.info. But wait, does that print it out? It's probably fine either way. Log.info is going to print out to standard out.
No, this is not JavaScript. No. This will print to std always. STD does not. I don't think anywhere in STD will it print to std out by default ever.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Interesting. Okay. All right. That's fair.
it's actually like super dangerous to do because it'll mess up like IPC stuff like that. So it just never happens. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah. So
Oh, and also you can remove the backslash ends as well because a log will do that for you.
is it like Go where if you put a backslash in by mistake, it'll only print it once? Probably not, because that doesn't make
No.
sense. Yeah, because the Go's log package will trim the slash in and then add the slash in so that as you go between, I don't know why they do it, but it's like as you go between the debug logger and the regular output,
Mhm.
you get consistent output. Anyway, so this will throw errors at this point, right? That's what that was, is it throws an error. Okay,
Yes.
so checking for memory leaks. And then can I get this to not print? So can I just do print or
A log.info, careful. Yeah. Or you can do
okay,
debug.
so I don't want the new line. Because
Then
what
you,
I'd
you
like to do
can't
is
use the
this.
logger. Just use debug.print then, or you can print to std directly, stuff like that. I think using debug print is fine here.
All right.
The convention, though, generally is you would never print something like this. It's like known that this will happen. But yeah.
Okay, cool. And then oops. Deallocated. All right. Is that fair?
Yeah, sure. I mean,
Okay.
it will. Yeah, sure, that should work. It's fine.
And if I'm not mistaken, we can do UTF-8, right?
Yes. It'll work on Linux by default. On Windows, you have to do some extra work. Let's not worry about that. I would personally never use UTF-8 in code. This is very. I can tell you right in JavaScript because in npm like that, you would see emojis everywhere. I don't think this is. Yeah, this works in Linux by default. In Windows, you have to set the code page and stuff, but here it's fine. Yeah. Okay is a convention typically.
All right, cool. All right, so here we are. And then we've got this is how far we've gotten. Oh, okay.
Also, answer Stacking's question. You can have any name you want for variables using the at string syntax.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Are we sure that that's a good idea?
Well, absolutely, because it's useful for functions that you export that have special names. Super useful. Yeah. For example.
But why would a function need a special name when it's exported?
It's an LLVM extern. It's for externs or for exports. An LLVM extern. It could be a WebAssembly extern. It could be there's a lot of options. It could be a libc stub or something like that. Or it could be a C++ stub that you're modifying. There's a lot of different options here. And another thing you can also use it for is identifiers. Like if you want to use the identifier defer as a enum tag, you can use that syntax. It's useful. Yeah.
So, what got you into programming?
I started about like 8 years ago, and it was just I had free time, and then I made
How
Java
in the
plugins.
world did you start at 9 years old? Most kids can't even read yet then in America.
Yeah. My family immigrated from France, and so I started school here, and I learned early because there was like this after school tech club on Tuesdays. It was called Tech Tuesdays actually, and it was like Scratch stuff initially. And then I started learning like actual textual programming, just that summer actually, and that's how I started programming. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, I got started with basic, so didn't exactly have the edge. Um, but what got you into Zig? Like how did you decide I'm going to do the smart thing and write in Zig?
Honestly, we had like time off. So I saw it once and I was like, ah, it's too complicated for me. But then, COVID hit and school was like, you know what, we'll be off for 3 weeks. And 3 weeks turned into like a year and a half. So I was like, okay, I have time. And so I just learned Zig. And the way I found Zig is by Googling coolest new systems programming languages and picking the top one. And Zig was on that list. So
Oh no. I'm so happy that somehow that worked for you.
yeah, I got lucky. I
I
could have learned
so
V, I got lucky.
so so cool is actually a swear word for me. So if I'm programming with a group of people, or if I'm at work and somebody says, "Oh, that's cool," like I will spin around out of my chair, go look at the screen, and say, "Do not commit that." I don't even have to. I don't even have to read what they put on the page. I know that that's something that should not get committed because it's going to cause bugs.
Hmm.
Because
It's
well,
clever code, not good code. Yeah.
because cool generally means that it does something unexpected that is not intuitive to most people. That's kind of the definition of cool.
Hmm.
Cool is unexpected, unintuitive. Because if it was intuitive or expected, then it wouldn't be cool. So that's but Zig and Zig I would never classify Zig as cool. I might accidentally use it colloquially, but I would never classify it as cool because what it does is expected. It
And
does
it's pretty
like
intuitive. Yeah.
in, intuitive to a degree. I would I would be interested to know how you came into a systems language and learned all these concepts like the stack and the heap and all that without education building up to it. Or maybe you did have that education, but for
Nope.
me, when I came into systems languages, like as part of my school program, I learned about that stuff. So it wasn't just like thrown at me and not having any idea what's going on. But the first time I edited a C program, of course, I did it wrong.
No, no. I mean, same thing here when I wrote my first Zig program. It was really bad, and it leaked memory everywhere. And then someone told me what was it up. Yeah, but I joined the Zig Discord server, and I learned that way pretty much. Yeah. And now
Yeah,
I
Discord's cool.
yeah.
Okay. Used often twice. Yes, you did. All right. So, what's next?
Okay, so
We
the
want to do
strategy.
something with the arguments. What I would do, just dumb high level language programmer, I would just start throwing this stuff into a hash map.
Oh no, I knew exactly what you were gonna say. I knew it right off the bat. I would not do that. I mean, obviously.
Well, I
Oh
guess
goodness.
I could create a struct. I could create like yeah, if I was going to do it in Go, it'd be in a struct. I'd have a config struct and I'd fill it out through the loop. I'd check to see did we already fill this value out, like, but yeah, the
I,
hash map would make sense. The config struct makes sense. What should I do?
let's
Guide
just
me.
do variables, Boolean variables, honestly, at this point, or like variables, just super simple.
I guess that makes sense. I was thinking that we'd probably end up passing this around, but I don't know if no. This is good. This is good. This is the right way.
Yeah.
So
This
I
is what
just
the
do
Zig compiler does and stuff like that. Super simple. And then you put it in a struct later if you want to move it around. Yeah.
so file path is equal to .env. We're gonna start with that one.
Okay.
Can I do that? Do I need
Yes,
to
you
do
can.
something special for string?
No, no, no,
Like,
no. I mean, oh goodness, there's a explaining this is going to be okay. So env here is just it's a static string. It's like in the binary, and the OS loads it for you when you load the binary.
yes.
The problem here is we'll have to deinit this at the end, and you can't deinit this string. You can't free the string because the OS allocated it. You can't touch that memory.
Right. So what do I need to do to make this a string that, well, do I need to first like do like file path lit and then do, the ampersand file path lit?
I
or,
mean, you can do. There's a lot of
okay.
things you could do here to optimize it. Honestly, what I would just do is super simple. Is just do allocator.dupe u8, and that will take that string, put it on the heap for you. So you can deallocate, you can free it whenever. There's actually a lot of problems here because oh goodness. For now, it's fine. Also, it's not C, so dupe would have an E at the end. Yeah, this is this ellipsy thing, right? Dup. Yeah.
I'm actually not that familiar with C.
Hmm.
It just when you said dupe, that's what came to my mind. But that's okay. So we have to spell out allocator, but we can't spell out duplicate. Double standard. But anyway,
Also, yeah, you just need file path. You don't need the file path lib thing. But yeah. Um,
yes, yes. So at this point, right, got it. But
and also you
just this part, is this correct, or
no,
do I need to? What am I
like
doing?
just like that. All this means is you're taking that and wait, is that even legal? Yes, it is legal. You're taking that value and you're duplicating it. That's all that means. You're taking that slice. You're allocating a slice of the same length. Then you're copying that data into that new slice. That's all you're doing.
Okay, so if dupe works with primitive types, it would not work with composite types like structs.
You know, it would work with anything. It doesn't matter what it is. Okay,
So
so
this
all
is
this
comp time.
is yeah. The
Well,
type
this
is comp time. The allocation is runtime. Yeah.
right. Okay.
Actually, you know
So
what?
how
Look at
does
the
it do
signature. I would use
both?
ELS for this, but you can just look at the docs and look at how it works. The signature is super intuitive, in my opinion. Um,
Yeah, let me. I've got too many things open again. I'll have to close some of them out in a moment here. Okay, I'm just gonna close these out. All right, closing out. No, I need to look at that one in a minute. Okay, we're gonna close this one out. We're gonna close this one out. We're gonna close this one out. We're gonna leave that one open because that's our goals. Close that one out because that was dumb. Close that one out because we don't need it. Close that one out. Okay, so now if I go back here, what was it?
dupe.
Dupe. Okay. Dupe path, dupe strings. Hmm.
You would never use any of those. Those are not legal to use as a user.
Really?
The reason why is you need a boulder, and you would use that in the boulder, but not in any real code. Um,
Bytes. So it looks like it's always a U8 from here. Oh no, that's
yeah,
build. Sorry. So
yeah, you should
standard.
really not be using that one. Yeah, you want to
We
use
need
allocator dupe. Just type
uh,
dupe, and you'll see allocator in that list.
okay. Allocator dupe.
Yes.
All right. Comp time. Okay, so the thing that is a little bit strange to me is that we have a function that is doing something both at comp time and also doing it at runtime. Let me think before you tell me.
Okay.
It's creating a generic and replacing it in place with the generic.
Exactly. Ding ding ding. That's exactly
Okay.
what it does. So what it does is it memorizes that call, creates a new function called like dupe underscore U8 underscore whatever, and then it'll put that in place. Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
And so all that does
Memoizing. That's a
is
good way to say it.
yeah. And there's actually if we're getting to comp time hackery, it's the memorization thing is super important to understand. But all the signature means is it'll take t, then it'll accept a constant slice of t, so like our string here, and then return a mutable slice of t, which is just a copy of it allocated.
So what would have been more intuitive to me would have been something like this. That would
Mm,
have been more intuitive to me because it's like, okay, this step is the comp time step. This step is the runtime step. But where it's doing them, well, so what do we, the other term for this is currying.
yes. The thing
So,
is,
but it's very weird to think of currying as like, okay, there's the comp time part and the runtime part. This is a new concept to me.
often that doesn't make sense in Zig though, because there's a lot of things that are super mixed and you cannot curry it, or it would be super inefficient to curry it. But yeah.
Okay.
Or something that can be comp time and runtime, because any function in Zig, most functions in Zig that don't invoke 6 calls can be called at both runtime and comp time.
That don't
Um,
invoke 6 calls. What?
so anything that doesn't invoke a system call, so call to the operating
Oh,
system,
oh, oh, oh,
yeah,
oh.
or assembly or stuff like that.
I thought you said 6. You said system.
Yeah.
All right. Hash maps and zigs are possible. I don't advise the pain it follows.
Yeah, hash maps are fine, remove, not that bad.
All right. Hold on. I'm gonna have to do a couple things to the chat. This is only gonna take me a couple seconds, but the chat window is really dumb,
Mhm.
and so I have to go find what is it? This one, and then I have to change the size on it because they. Nope, that was too much. Okay, let's try 90%. That's weird. This is, and apparently
Wrong
it's a
div.
different value every time. Okay, now it's the correct size. Because what they do is they do one of those CSS selectors where they have a minimum that you have to
A media
hit.
query.
Yeah,
Right.
it's got like a media query, and so the page is a guaranteed. No, it's not the media query. They probably use the media query as well, but they have a minimum size of the window that you can't make it shorter than for no reason. But I force it to be less wide than the minimum, and so then the text scrolls off the screen by 1 or 2 words.
Mhm.
But I wanted to make it larger so I can read it better, and so I had to adjust that. Okay. So now I can read without squinting because, old man here. See, gray hair, dying soon. Zig is one of my last things I'll ever learn. That's probably true. There's not much space in my head left. All right, Discord, useful, often twice. Hash maps possible, pain follows.
Mm.
As the only member of the Always Spell Everything group and never misses alias stuff, agreed. What? Can you rephrase that into what? As the only member of the Always Spell Everything group and never alias stuff.
It's about dupe and duplicate.
Okay. Oh, yes. You need to learn how to use hyphens correctly. That would have been perfectly clear if you used proper punctuation. It's the as the only member of the always hyphen spell hyphen everything hyphen group. No, there's more hyphens because then you have the and hyphen never alias hyphen stuff. I think group would have to come after that. Yeah, then that would have been parsable. Comp time programming is fun. A Zig, but you are in a GC, lol. What? I'm in a game computer? No.
I'm not sure what that meant here. Garbage collector? That's weird. I don't
think that's
so.
I think that's what GC I would think would mean in this context, but I don't that's okay.
Oh, no. Okay, I know what they're saying. Because comp time is a garbage collected language in Zig, kind of. It's weird. The semantics are hard to understand.
I mean, that makes sense because it's essentially a scripting language.
Yes, pretty much.
I never thought I would find something that would make me miss the .2 owned everything from Rust. And I still don't know where you're finding that, for the record. Okay, you can curry, but it's hard to do and needs specialization. I was just saying this is like currying. I'm not saying that it is currying or that I want currying, but it's like that's kind of it. You're doing a process. You're capturing the thing. Memoizing is probably the more correct term. All right, I will never proper punctuate. Could you even put your words in the correct order from one another? Because, you gotta pick one of the two. Either you gotta add a lot more commas and hyphens, or you have to put the words in the correct order. Okay? So pick one. Oh, you'll pick both? You'll put your words in the right order and hyphenate them? Great. I grammar cannot. I believe you, Exy. Okay, so let's go ahead. File path.
You're missing something, though, by the way. You're missing a try because you're allocating memory. Careful.
Oh, yes, thank you. All right. What is... Oh, it's griping because it's unused and it didn't get to the next part. But this is linter. I mean, this may be... So ZLS is linting, right? Because it's telling me this is unused.
Yes. It's not linting, though. Careful, because this will straight up... Your code will not compile, period. It will not compile. This is not a lint. It will crash. It will not compile.
Yeah. Can I do it? Okay, could I do it twice, though?
No.
Okay. So it's... All right. Okay. I'm going to have to go look up the most proper definition of linting to understand whether or not I'm using the term correctly, because this is in my editor. This is not the compiler, so therefore it is linting.
Actually, it is a compiler here.
If the linter reports the same errors as the compiler, that's okay, but it is linting because it's not like it gets to this and then fails to get to the next error.
Sure. I wouldn't call that linting, though.
One.
Linting is just verifying the correctness of code based on a certain set of rules. For example, it could be formatting rules, it could be correctness rules related to using undefined value, stuff like that.
So you're using the compiler as a linter. We agree. Thank you.
Not really. Because again, this is not checking. It's not giving you warnings or suggestions. It will not compile the code, period.
Yeah, but that's okay. It's still linting. It's still whatever.
All right. I would strongly not call it that at all. But yeah, sure.
I understand the purism of the compiler is truth. On this we stand. I get that. But the compiler is linting. It's doing it. It's helping us. It's helping us during dev time. Dev time is lint time. The compiler can help us at dev time. but dev time is lint time. I am not compiling. I am linting because compiling is when I run the compiler. Linting is what my editor does for me. Linting is the process of running a program that will analyze code for potential errors. I'm taking Remo speaks truth.
But here's not potential errors though, because it's straight up not, well, not compile. But okay, anyways, it's not even an error.
So now we're arguing the potential because there's 100%. Is a 100% possibility there's an error. So
Well,
therefore it's not potential.
It's not an error. It's just that it will not compile your code.
Well,
it can try to, but it won't.
That would be an error. Okay.
Well, no, error here is runtime error. Careful, the error and a compile error are two very different things.
But they're both anyway. So, all right. Now, what would we do here then? We just put a switch in here? We don't have switches in Zig, do we? Just if?
We do.
What? Why? Why would you put a switch in a language when it doesn't have to have one?
Because it's super useful for enum, stuff like that. You have never used the Zig switch before, but once you do, you'll realize why it's useful.
Oh, because it has enums.
Yes, enums and union enums for captures, and it's not like a case break. That doesn't exist in Zig. Zig does switches correctly. Yeah.
Good. In your opinion.
Yeah, but I've used a lot of different languages. Zig does the best
I'm teasing you because you're starting to speak the right way instead of like couching everything with like, this is what I think. Now you're starting to speak truth.
I'm right and you're wrong, so it's okay. Yeah, I'm kidding.
Well, no, somebody else doesn't have to be wrong for you to be right. We can both be right. Like, you can convince me of the truth.
Also, it is not pattern matching because pattern matching incurs hidden costs. Yeah.
So
it's neither.
So this is not pattern matching because it's completely done at runtime? I mean, build time is what I meant, comp time?
No, it's not really. Oh God, it just matches primitive values. That's it. It cannot match non-primitive values.
But an enum matches. Enums are not.
Because they're integers.
Enums are integers, therefore enums are primitive values.
In the context of a switch, at least.
In the context of a switch. So even though, okay, so when you're all right, let's not go down that rabbit hole yet, but what's the syntax for switch? How do I do the comparison?
String is a thing, because strings are not primitives.
Okay, so now, so we're back to the if.
Yes.
Okay.
So you would have to use a chain of ifs, or you could do a lot of things. You could use a hashing system, a comp time. Well, let's not do that. We're just going to use an ifs chain. It's fine.
I think if chain is the most obvious thing to do here.
Yeah. So you can just do if std.mem.equal. And then you have to do uwait to mention the type of the slice, and then arg, sorry, and then you have to do -f, I guess.
Well, it doesn't matter which one I do first, right? Because
I'm sorry. Equals EQL. Yeah.
What? EQL?
Yeah. Yes.
What the letter L, y'all? Come on. Like, dupe is DUPE, equal is EQL. In all honesty, joking aside, I do hope that gets ironed out before the V1 release. Because I would consider that short-sighted to do a V1 release where you have extremely inconsistent naming conventions.
I wouldn't say it's inconsistent, though. What's inconsistent about it? Dupe is short for duplicate, equal short for equal. To me, that's correct. I mean, an allocator is not a convention. It's a convention, but it's a user space convention in a sense. Where these are all user space conventions.
Are you speaking out of objectivity, or are you letting your love of Zig get in the way?
No, I'm just letting you know that I think this is relatively pretty consistent.
This one is getting rid of two vowels, right? And this one is getting rid of locate, and then leaving the end on the e on the end.
Sure.
So that's.
But dupe is a shorthand colloquially for duplicate.
But dupe would be the shorthand that is actually colloquial. Well, I guess you could say it's hyper.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion. There's no standard by the Oxford Dictionary that defines dupe to be.
You want to bet? First of all, we wouldn't use the Oxford Dictionary because we're in America. Well, yeah, we're both in America. So. All right. So, and that we'd have to go to, so I would define colloquial meaning of the location of,
right,
to be programming. And in programming, dupe would be. But if you go hyper colloquial, then it's whatever you make up for Zig.
The thing
But
is, Zig is not C. We're not copying what C does for naming, for example.
it
Right?
doesn't matter. See, necessarily, it's the idea of the colloquialism.
Also, snake case.
Oh, right. Hold on. Is equal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
sure. There's going to be a review of the standard library anyways, but I don't think it's a crucial thing. It's not world changing that you spell it differently, whatever. But there'll
Well,
be a
it's
review
just
of STD.
it's unexpected. So EQ is common. EQ would be colloquial. Equal
But
is
by what
colloquial.
standards, though? By what standards is it colloquial?
Well, by the standards of just do a survey of common languages and see what they do. And
Yeah,
EQ
but it's anecdotal.
is very
There's no. It's anecdotal. I've seen EQ in Rust Sweater, for example, but
I mean, like the whole creation of the world is anecdotal from it. This is all at what scale are you working with? I'm
anyway,
talking about within the scope of programming languages.
This is bike shedding. I really could not care for, frankly. The naming is unimportant. Just
Naming is important. But
at
anyway,
least what we're doing right now, it's not important. We have no effect on the standard library, either of us. So
that's not true. You do have an effect on the standard library.
no, not at all. I have zero effect on the standard
I don't agree with that. You
But
have
you can
clout. You
PR
have
it.
clout in this community. You are.
That's not
one
how
of
that
the-
works. It's not like I can go in and be like, oh, let's change equal to equal. Trust me, Andrew. I can do that.
Okay. All right. Anyway, so arg. So okay, we had arg here, and then, so is it that the constant comes first, or
Unimportant, whatever. They're both slices. You can compare it however you want.
so? But this one. But wait, hold on. Arg here.
Mhm.
Is this not? This is a. This is not a pointer.
It is a pointer. It's a slice of U8s.
But this is not a pointer, right?
It is. So
Okay, because it's also
it's
slice
a
U8.
pointer to an array that's 3 characters long. That's null terminated. But it's cast automatically to a constant slice.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's a comp time. Is that a comp time thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Kind of. Oh goodness. Kind of. It's an auto cast. It's like an as inference cast. But
All
yeah,
right.
nothing to worry about too much. Also, I was put it directly in the if statement. There's no reason to name because we're going to do this a lot. We're going to do this like 100, like 12 times whatever for each.
I don't want it to be is equal, but like, well,
I would really put this
I'll
directly
put
in
it
the if
in.
statement.
I'll put it in there for now. I'll put it in there for now. I actually, this is something that I learned from Zig. I thought that in the beginning, no, okay, Zig does not. Zig allows any type of expression in an if,
Yes.
but it doesn't allow. There's stuff that Zig doesn't allow in an if, and it was something that I tried something and it didn't do it, and I loved it.
I know what it is. You were talking about for statements not being allowed to do. I think like var I equals 0 or whatever. That's not legal in Zig.
There was something that was in an if statement. It was like some sort of like a comparison, or there was something that was not allowed in the if statement, and it blew my mind, and I was like, yes, because then you don't need comments because you just name the variables as you go. But anyway, we'll go with this for now. But the way that I do code style, I would not put this in the if because it makes it more difficult to read. But I could be convinced because the verbosity of the language, of necessity, by being a systems language, might require. Anyway, we'll get there. But yeah, so then I can say file path. Oh, but wait. We maybe have a problem here. File path equals if args next. So otherwise we're going to need to have an error.
Yes.
Let's see, else. So if args next, file path.
Careful, no shadowing in Zig. But yeah.
Well, yeah. But can I do this? Is this okay? Is this allowed? If I'm gonna, what do we do for a temporary? Would I just call it FP? What's
Sure.
the convention for doing?
No convention.
There's no convention. Okay. And then what I would need for that would be, again, I'd need like BLK and then break.
Here, honestly,
right.
I would assign it in the if statement and not use a break personally. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let's do that. We'll do assignment in the if statement. Oof. You're gonna give functional people the heebie-jeebies. I mean, it's the same thing, but
Make it as readable as possible. Exactly. Here we don't have to do the break thing, so we could just use it directly. It's a lot more readable, in my opinion.
all right. I'm just gonna call it F. That
Sure.
makes sense. All right. Okay. Wait. Now you're back to the in my opinion thing.
No,
Come
this is
on,
my
man.
opinion. No,
okay.
because there's some things that I think are objective, and some things that are definitely my opinion. There's a spectrum.
Oh,
here.
okay. All right. So
I
we
acknowledge
are.
the difference. I'm not always
Okay.
right. Yeah.
Okay. Well, There's room to grow. You can get to always right. All right. So then here, what I'd want to do is trigger an error condition and clean up an exit. So give me 5 seconds to think about this. Okay, so I wouldn't want to just do exit because then defer wouldn't run.
I'm
So as a
actually not
general
sure. That's a good
pattern,
question.
I
Yes,
wouldn't
you're
want to.
probably right.
Well, because the scope will never exit. So I would need to do something like return.
Yeah.
Whoops. If I could spell correct, like 3 times now. Okay. So I need to do something like return, and that's okay. And this is now. It's interesting to me that when it's in this form, it doesn't need the semicolon. It seems like it should always need the semicolon or never need the semicolon, but
Well, the difference is
whatever.
one is an expression, the other is a statement.
Yeah, I, yes, but syntactic. Okay, all right. No, that makes sense. All right, got it. But then here, what is the right way to? I don't want to stack trace, so I don't want to throw. I just want to print an error. So standard.debug is probably not right, but I want to print out an error so that the user knows they did something wrong, and then I want to exit one. I
Just
want
use
main to exit.
std.log.error.
Okay.
On ER.
Not arrow, not
Why? ER is
I'm
common.
teasing. I'm
Okay.
teasing because of equal and dupe. Because you're 2 for 2 on using a non-conventional spelling of something, and this
What
is
such
a
as log
conventional spelling.
v.lg? What do you want from me?
Like, I don't know. It's like figure out a heuristic that you can write down on a piece of paper that you can apply that generally, Anyway, so okay, and then I need to put in that no matter what because that's the function signature, and I could say actually what I'd want to do in this case is I'd want to print the help as well. So I'm just going to put print function should be like that.
Yes.
We'll get there, and then um, uh, error f requires option f requires an argument. I guess that's fine for now. We don't need to print the whole help.
Yeah, I was actually meant to mention that what Johnny said. You're leaking the old file. Also, you're actually making two mistakes here.
Wait, hey.
Yeah.
I'm old.
Yeah.
You have to speak it like I didn't hear any of the words you said. All I heard were sounds.
Okay. So you're making
And
two mistakes here, but
yes,
I wonder if you can find them. I'll give you a hint. Line 33 and line 38. You have to look at those 2 lines.
line 33. Look, this is the one that you set up for me.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
I mean
so
that line's correct, but you're making a mistake
okay.
somewhere else. Actually, actually, never mind. We're fine. Actually, okay. Line 33 is actually wrong. It's on me because we're allocating the arguments, so you don't have to actually duplicate anything because they're already allocated.
But I want to deallocate argument at some point.
Well, you do at the end, just so you don't have to, because you see the args in it, so you don't have to dupe anything. That's on me. You can just remove that and just throw that in directly, and then everything's correct.
Actually, I'm gonna put this here to build up the muscle memory for it, and I believe it's actually more correct.
I don't know. I'm personally anyway. That's not a big deal. And you're missing a try there, but you're also missing a DN.
Right.
You're also missing a free because you have to free the old file path.
Okay, so wait, so I'd have to free this one here?
You have to free the one on line 33 because it's still
one
allocated.
on line 33.
Because you're changing it, so you have to free it before you change it. Else it gets lost forever.
Oh, that makes sense. So do I DINIT an allocator, but I free?
DINIT is just a function in a struct. That's all it means. But you can't. Strings aren't structs. You have to free that using an allocator. You have to do allocator.free.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'm going to read comments here in another. Once I get to a point where I can test this out, which might be right now. No, not yet. So do a return one?
Sure, that is allowable. You have to modify the line in your file that specifies the pubfn main, though. I believe you want to return a U size, I believe. Or is it E16? I'm not sure. Just put a U size there and see what happens.
It should be. Wait, hold on. Let me think. I think error codes only go to 255. I could be wrong. It may
Yes.
be a U16.
So
What
it's a
does
U8.
the exclamation mean?
It means inferred error set. You're inferring what errors could be returned from main.
I don't understand what that means.
So you
But
see
it
the
might
try
not be
statements we
important.
have in our function?
Yes.
What that means is if it succeeds, we get the value. If it fails, it's going to return the error and bubble it upwards. All that
So
means is we can return an error, and the error that we return, the errors we were able to return are inferred.
so is this correct then?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, but this would not be correct.
No, because now you can't return any errors, right?
Okay. All right. That kind of makes sense. I'll have to noodle on that a little bit more. But this is basically defining a result where what comes after the exclamation is the type of the result.
Yes.
So void means there is only errors, no results. This means errors or result. This would mean only result, no errors. Okay, now that also brings the question of what an error interface or type is like.
It doesn't exist in Zig. It's just something that's done by the compiler. Yeah. All it is a union enum, so it's just like a tagged union, if you will. The Rust term would be like a tag enum, I believe, and then it would be just either a value or an error value, which is just a big number set encoded centrally by the compiler. Yeah.
Okay. Now
You can't return values or anything. So yeah, with errors, I mean.
So I generally, instead of if else, I prefer to just have if with a continue or a break or whatever, and then not have else. Is that what does Zig people think about that?
I don't know. I would do an if else personally. There's no reason to use continue unless you have to. But I mean, whatever works for you.
Well, it's easier to read and it's easier to line break because else just has a very strange look to it. So if I wanted to put a comment above an if, I know where to put it. But if I wanted to put a comment above an else, I don't know where to put it.
Well, you would do like an else if, I guess. And in Zig, else if doesn't exist. It would just be else and then if as an expression, kind of. Well, no, not really. Actually, it's not a little more like that. But
still, that just it feels strange. So I prefer the continue, but I could be convinced in the convention if I understood the community and the language a little better. Anyway, so I want to also put is not a recognized flag, option, or argument. So we're just going to do that for now. Okay. So am I a good place to run my program?
You are missing one thing though, and I noticed it's an error because you're missing the first argument in argv is the executable name. You're not filtering that out. Yeah, you have to do a next call at the top.
Okay, right. And so then I also had another issue there. So just throw it away.
Semicolon.
Oh, yeah. What? So I think I already asked this, but do you remember why semicolons are required?
No idea. I think it's just simpler to. So two things. First of all, line 49. You have never mind. You're fine. That's fine. I'll have to fix that. But a semicolon is required because it's easier to do error recovery. You just find this next semicolon and that's it. So the parser, that's pretty useful, and it's just more intuitive to separate lines that way. I believe that's just the take for it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'd argue that as far as a human goes, a new line is appropriate.
Sure.
Because in a language like Zig, I hope that it's not even syntactically valid. Are you allowed to do something like this?
I think so. Yeah. By convention, though, you would never. If everyone uses Zig format, if you don't use Zig format, you're probably gonna have a bad time.
Well, if you don't use Zig format, you're not doing Zig. I mean, I think that in the new age, the tooling is what makes the language. There is no new language that's going to be special. It is only going to be tooling that is special. Zig is C, with tooling. You know, it's like Zig would not be special if there were not tooling. Zig would just be another crappy attempt at writing a programming language if it were not for tooling to help and guide you. Because programming languages are a dime a dozen. Programming languages are like blockchains. Anybody can create one like that. You know?
I wouldn't go that far, but sure. A good programming language takes time to create, though. Like the compiler is like a few million lines, stuff like that. More probably, but yeah.
Well, yes, a good programming language, yes. Okay, cool. So I'm going to go ahead and try to run this. Oh,
It should run.
no one saw that. No one saw that.
Oh, no return at the end of the function is the issue.
Okay. All right. That makes sense. All right. Memory leaks.
You don't deallocate the file path at the end of everything.
Okay. So, but did I need to? I deallocated args. I didn't. So do I need to just, I call allocator.free?
Yes. But again, as a lot of people have mentioned, you don't actually have to allocate anything because it's already allocated upstairs by the args allocator. It's guaranteed to be. But yeah.
But this is the thing. If I wanted to free args, okay, like I get that it's a few bytes. It probably does more harm than good to deallocate the args. And so for right now, I just wanted this in here as an example.
Sure.
In fact, let's go ahead and I'll comment this out and I'll do it the right way. And then I won't need to free. Do we have double free problems? I imagine we must. I mean, like we can create a double free problem. Is that correct?
Yes. Also, what did I do here? I
Right,
raised my hand and this thing. I don't know what that means. There we go.
Oh, I won't see it because I don't even see the window that you're coming from. It's buried underneath a bunch of other windows for me. The capture is happening regardless. Okay. So okay, file. So why did this not work? Did you see the error that was on the screen?
It just wasn't getting freed afterwards. Also, you still there's a lot wrong here because now you're gonna not free the memory up top, and you're also not freeing the memory at the bottom. I believe so. You're not freeing any memory.
Well, args is freed, right?
Yes.
So
but you're not...
is this not pulling when it's calling args.next? Is it not just handing me the pointer to the args array that is already allocated? So
it is.
That just means that I can't deallocate args while this is in use.
Yes. The thing you're messing up though is line 33. You're duplicating. You're not freeing that. You don't have to duplicate that though. Line 33. You can remove the dupe, and then the code is correct.
Wait, on line 33, I don't have to duplicate.
No, because now we're not freeing anything. So you can just access the string directly because we're not freeing it. So it doesn't have to be duplicated. You can't free strings that aren't allocated by you. Well, not really. You can't free strings that are allocated by the operating system unless there's certain conditions that are met.
Okay. So you're saying this is now correct?
This code should now be correct, yes.
Okay.
Except that is a sentinel terminated string, which means you have to... wait, no, that should still work. Oh, I see what the problem is. Okay, wait. So you have to go back into your code and then modify one thing.
All right, let me read the error message. I'm going to take a second to read this. Okay, wanted to be a const for 0. I'm guessing, does that mean that it's null terminated, guaranteed to be 4? And what it found instead was a guaranteed to be null terminated, but length unspecified.
Yeah, all that means is that file path is that has that value because we set it manually to .env, which is a 4-length value. And so
instead we need to do something like .u8.
Not legal.
My Rust, or
you have to do like colon const u8. So you have to do colon box const u8 on the variable declaration because you're setting the variable type to that.
Okay, so on the variable declaration.
Yeah, before the equal.
Okay, so on this side.
And Zig will autocast that for you now, and it should be correct.
Okay, so let's give this a try.
And that should work. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I want to try this. I want to try this both ways. So let me. I'm going to go back to the way that it was previously, and I'm going to commit that, and then I'm going to commit this just so that I have something to compare against these two ideas, and then I can reference that later. Okay, and then I would need to free this because that would be allocated. So this one should run, but I'm just doing some copies that I don't need to do. Okay, and that one thing that you just showed me was the thing that I was getting messed up on with my my first thing that I tried after doing a Hello World in Zig a year ago. That's what I was getting messed up on, is I didn't understand, because I was having like an 8:0 const U8 versus a 6:0 const U8, and
I can
that's
explain
what I
that to you
needed
real
to
quick
do.
if you want. The reason it
Sure.
looks like this is because all that means is you're pointing to somewhere in memory loaded by the OS that has a guaranteed length and it's null terminated. That's all that means.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you
Yeah,
just have to
but
cast it to something that's more like interchangeable between different functions, whatever.
yeah, I get why it has to be done, but I didn't know the syntax and I didn't know the words to use to search for it at the time.
Right.
Okay, so we're gonna run this again.
That works. Yeah.
Cool. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and commit this. I like to commit things when they work, and then all right, and then I'll go back to this one, and then this one. Yeah, I can just get rid of these and get rid of this, and I can get rid of this. Let's make sure this still runs. And then I will just preserve this for posterity. Okay.
Thanks, iVitals. Yeah, iVitals said that this is a very interesting stream. Yeah.
What makes this interesting? Oh, Vitals. Vitals is one of my people from before, I think. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And now that I've committed, I will go back and I'll read a couple of comments. I might not read them all because we've had a bunch, and there we go. So I'm just making a PR for that so I can look at the diff of it, and then historically I can go back to this and say, that's why that was that way. Oh, whoops. It looks like I forgot to something. That whole bit. Why is that whole bit like that? Oh, because I didn't push into main yet. That's why. All right, there we go. Now it'll look brighter. Okay, so I don't remember where we left off here. Leaking old file path. Oh gosh, there's got to be 20 of these things. Oh, so many messages. Are there any? You seemed like you were keeping track of messages. Were there any that I should call out in particular?
I mean, I have a few, I guess. You can't use sd.log.error, like ERROR, because it's a reserved keyword. That's a thing to mention. You actually can, though, because you can do dot and then @ string open, error, string close.
But why would a keyword affect a property?
It's just a keyword. The way it's parsed is simply different. The way the tokenizer works, I actually know why. The tokenizer will find that keyword. Instead of emitting an identifier token, it'll emit a keyword token. And that's just reserved to prevent confusion, I guess. That's it.
Well, it just seems strange. I can understand that. Okay, for a parser, it's simpler to have the keyword process take higher priority in the parsing process than an identifier. I can get, because there could be a conflict there, but it seems like once it's gotten to the point where it's reached a dot, it should already be in the loop of expecting an identifier. So at that point, identifier processing should be higher priority. Well, keyword processing just shouldn't be part of that because there's no possible way to syntactically have a keyword that does something valid after a dot. Or maybe that's not the case because of the way that like .debug and things like that work. Is .debug considered a keyword?
No.
Okay,
There's only like 20 keywords in the language, I think. Not that many. Yeah.
that's good. That's very good. All right. So convention is make it as readable as possible.
Yeah, pretty much.
August can still get taller.
Yes.
My objective opinions are always right. That's correct, Jonathan. Thank you for that. Can't do error because it's a keyword. All right, we discussed that. Can't have an okay. There's like a bunch of those. Leaking the old file path. We corrected that. You never need an allocator in a command line parser. Yeah,
Yes.
because you have args is already allocated. And you can just assign the pointer to the places where it was. The processing itself is allocation free. The process of saving some data, a few more things around it is not. I don't actually know what that was in context of.
If you're manipulating data, like you're adding something to it, whatever, you have to allocate. But other than that, if you're just storing it one for one from the arguments, there's no allocation needed. Yeah.
Well, and this will work as well on Windows. What we're doing right now will also work on Windows.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Music format, explicit typing, file path, constitute. Yep. We already got that. Interesting workflow with the main two. Yeah, I don't know if that was very ad hoc. I'm not sure if I would consider that part of my workflow, but I just wanted to preserve it and be able to commit the correct code without the junk comments and then commit the also correct code without the junk comments. Interesting stream. You are welcome. Type had this error, so probably be fixed at some point. Type had this error.
So Rimu was mentioning that type used to be a keyword. This is not a problem anymore because type is no longer a keyword. It's considered to be a built-in type, I believe is the name. So for example, using type as a field name is legal, but if you do var type equals 1, for example, that is not legal. Because you're redefining a global.
That makes sense. And that's what I would expect error to be. Okay, so boy, we're making progress. Well, we are. It's like a lot of learning. So I am extremely grateful for this. And this is going well. Okay, so I can have let's do var right equals, and do we have bools because we're not in C.
Yes.
So right would be false by default.
Semicolon.
And then down here, I would look for W, and then I would not need to do any of that. I would just set right equals true, and we would continue.
Oh, by the way, AJ, fun fact.
Yes.
Johnny person in chat, Johnny Marler, works at a company called Tuple. Fun fact. Just a callback to earlier. Yeah. So. Or is it tuple? I'm not sure. Johnny, would you call tuples or tuples? Question.
Oh, and so somebody said you can cross compile to Windows, which is one of the reasons that I like Zig, because it's like Go, in that in a project that is Zig from the start, you can compile to any platform or architecture that is supported by Zig as a first class platform or architecture.
AJ, the thing is, Go is worse because you add C code into the mix, it's game over, right? Zig doesn't have this problem.
Look, you're talking to a person who loves Go. You can't say Go is worse. You can say it's better than Go, but you can't say Go is worse.
Sure. Zig is better than Go because Go can't compile C code cross-compile. It actually has to use Zig to do that efficiently. Fun fact. That's a very common thing to do.
And that is actually one of the things that, so my second stream on Zig was trying to get Zig to cross-compile C code, but it didn't work because of the reason that I mentioned earlier, is that it wasn't just C code. It was a bespoke build system that was a mix of make, CMake, and shell scripts. So that one was just a non-starter. And there was, and a year ago, or it might have even been 2 years ago. I don't think it was 2 years ago, but it could have been a year and a half. At that time, Zig could also not handle C macros that were nested. So it would also fail out because basically the macro would define something and then it would define something based on what that was defined and then it would define something else based on what that was defined and then it would and it had like macros of macros where based on the previous macro another like a whole subsection of macro would macro is it was like meta macros and the Zig wasn't so in the code that I hate the most that I wanted Zig to help me with the most at the time Zig couldn't do it and some of the things Zig still wouldn't be able to do because again Zig can't solve the entire universe of problems but I would imagine it could probably solve the problem with the macro system macroing itself in C.
Are you talking about Zig CC right now or Translate C? They're two very different things.
Well, so it wasn't self-hosted yet back then, so I don't know.
Because no, Zig CC is just Clang. It's nothing special. So if it fails, that's a Clang issue with the macros. If you're talking about Translate C, which I think is what you're talking about, then yeah, macros are going to be a problem because you're translating macros to
I
Zig
think I wanted to import some C code into Zig.
That's Translate C, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and that failed because the macro system was so convoluted that it could not follow it correctly. But it was one of those things where it probably could solve it. It's just that most people wouldn't have a macro that defines a macro that then runs the macro that defines the function. Like it was too many. The code would have had to been in a loop and it would have had to do like precedence ordering of well, like what we have to do with the env file and the variables. If the variable was previously defined, we can insert it, but if it wasn't previously defined, we have to throw an error or delay and then capture the value later or whatever. Okay, so Jonathan says tuple, like moo, but two. All right, so here we are, and I can add the W flag. That's great. And then I don't think there was anything else really that I wanted to do at this point. Other than that, we are going to have a file. And that, so is it conventional just to call it buff or F or B or what's the...
For reading the file?
Yeah, so we're just gonna have a buffer. What would we call, what's a good variable name for that?
You can't do that here though, because you have to do it after the OR loop. Careful. Because you don't have the file path yet. I mean, just the easier way.
Yeah. I know, but I often like to just declare variables. I like to declare things.
It's confusing if you declare it.
But it's
about being readable, not writable. Heads up.
I get that, but still, I think that knowing it's like when you're going to bake a cake, it's nice to know what the ingredients are rather than to ad hoc, like, okay, first we're going to mix these things together. Now we're going to go get these things. Like, it's nice to have the ingredients list up top. Like, this is what this function is going to handle.
The thing is, if you have a 1,000 line of code argument parser, and then you have your buffer at the top of the argument list and the recode at the bottom, understand without ZLS or whatever the hell, browsing that is going to be a challenge.
Like, well, I don't want it to be 1,000 lines long, but let's continue. So, okay, I'll call it F, and I want to read. The next thing I want to do is I just want to read in whatever file. We're going to try to read in env or print an error, or we're going to try to read in whatever the file path now is, or error.
So something to keep in. Do you want it to allocate with F? I imagine you do, because you can use a fixed size buffer, but that wouldn't be recommended because your end file could be bigger than that buffer, and then you would fail.
Right. Yep. So I want to allocate.
Cool. So yeah, we do this. You would just do stdfs read. Let me check what that is. I think it's just.
And what was the first thing you said? Was that standard.fs? Or what did you say?
Yeah, std.fs dot read file alloc.
And then I imagine I pass an allocator as the first thing, and then I pass a file path as the next thing.
Yeah, so first of all, my bad. It's a CWD. It only operates on directories.
It only operates on directories.
Sorry. So we actually have to get a directory to run read file alloc. So you have to do .cwd.
Where? .cwd off of where?
Off sd.fs. It means getting the current working directory.
But I don't want the current working directory. I want whatever this file path points to.
Right, but you do want the current file directory because if
Well, I
it's
want it
absolute,
relative.
yes,
So
exactly. That's what that means.
we have to compare. Okay. So we have this, and is this a function or is this a variable?
It's a function.
Or okay, it's a function. That makes sense because yes, it has to be. Okay.
And then you would do .read file alloc on this. So yeah, Marler also provided another option, which is you could open the file manual, stuff like that. Thing is, you don't care about the file data, so you can just read it directly. We're going to read it directly. It's fine. It's not an issue.
Well, the first thing is we have to determine what the file path is.
Right.
So because the file path might be, the file path could look like this.
Relative or absolute. Yeah, I know. But CWD will do that for you. It's guaranteed to do it for you. It will infer it for you.
Oh, so this is a relative function. So you're saying I pass this in here?
It's relative, but if the path is absolute, it's absolute. Yeah.
So is this what you wanted me to do right here?
No. That's not what I wanted to do. I would do a few things. I wouldn't store CWD in a variable. You wouldn't need to. Instead, what I would do is I would read it directly. So I would do like var f equals sd.fs.cwd.
Var f equals.
And then you would do dot read file alloc. Remember, it's camel case for functions.
Okay. Oh, right.
And then you would
like
do
this?
you can remove the .fs. You don't need the .fs. Yeah, that one.
Wait, hold on. That got messed up somehow.
Yes.
There we go.
And then you would do, let me see, read file alloc. You would do an allocator, a file path, and max bytes. So I'll explain each of those. You have the allocator, that's good. You have the file path. And then max bytes means the maximum you want to authorize reading.
I would probably want this to be. Do we have? Can we do comp time? Can we do something like math.pow to the?
I would recommend doing using maxint, which will get you the biggest possible value of the U size, which is what you want.
Well, so it would be really, really weird for this. I would say that if this was larger than, I don't know. I guess you're right. I guess
there's no reason to impose any limits on this, in my opinion. You should empower the user to do whatever they want.
Yeah, but if this is larger than say 8K, something went seriously wrong.
No, it could totally be larger than 8K. I could have a 100 million line of code end file. Totally legitimate.
No, it's not legitimate. Like, name the use case in which that's legitimate.
Generated file.
Yeah. Of what?
Let's say I'm deploying 100,000 containers and need to contain a lot of I don't know. It could be that I could deploy that with different config options.
And name any use case for 100,000 containers of different
search
types.
Engine called Google. I don't know. Just there are absolutely use cases.
No.
The thing is, there's no reason to limit the user. You're serving the end user. Your opinion on this is not important, unfortunately. The end user's opinion matters.
End users have lots of different opinions because there's lots of different end users. If somebody accidentally starts to parse a 1 gigabyte file, like, okay, here's the limit. This should not have to be streamed. So that's where my line is on this. This should not have to be streamed. If the file size is great enough that this has to be streamed, then this is the wrong program for the user.
What do you mean? So streaming doesn't exist as a concept. It's not a real thing. Streaming just means that you're reading and writing in a buffer and stuff like that. It's not an actual thing you can do.
But that's what I'm talking about. So it would be to allocate 1 gigabyte of memory to read this in because someone made a mistake is not something that I want to support. Right. So I would put here that I could put here later like a max file size or something, but my idea, I mean, I could write a streaming parser. I could write a streaming parser where like we read part of the file in, we read the next part of the file in, and we go and we go and we go. That's not really okay. All right, so we'll write a streaming parser then. So let's start with say, let's start with a really small number. Let's say that we're going to read in.
Well,
Um,
real quick, what you can do, you don't even need to read it then. So you could just open the file and then use the reader with a fixed with a what is it called? A buffered reader, I mean, and then you could just read it like that.
ooh! Jonathan has a really excellent idea, but does this work on Windows? Can we memory map on Windows?
Yes, I really wouldn't overcomplicate it. Like, there's no reason to do this, frankly. In my opinion, there's no reason to memory map it. Um,
But memory mapping is super efficient because the operating system is taking care of the cache on its own, because the operating system is already going to load the file regardless of how much I read, because the operating system is going to be optimistic and that a program that's running is likely to continue running, and as long as RAM is available, it's just going to fill the RAM. So it's going to read ahead, and so memory mapping is actually the most efficient thing to do most of the time. It's very rare that memory mapping is not what you'd want to do. And there was actually an excellent um, talk on this by a C# developer that was working on a database, and it's just something that we often don't think about, but is like it should just be the default to memory map.
the thing is that that's
But
not
if
necessarily correct. The application there is it's a database. It's continuous. We can read it once, and then OS will free it, and we'll have the memory. It doesn't matter. The copy time is one syscall's worth of copy time. It's free to read it. Um, there's no reason memory mapping is useful for streaming applications that are long term, right? That way you let the SSD do the work for you in a sense. It's already loaded into memory.
but there's no detriment in most cases. In cases like this, there's no detriment to the memory. Regardless, if it makes it so that there's lots more code that we have to deal with, then I'm fine saying that we don't. That's
I mean, you don't want to write from std in, do you? Right? You don't, because you only want to write stuff. So then you can do.
actually I would like to read from standard in.
Well, then I wouldn't use memory map. I would just use a streaming parser. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I would like to use standard in, so I'm going to go with this is the correct answer because I do it should. I'm not sure what the application would be that you would pipe to this, but I don't see why you shouldn't be able to. But maybe let's leave that for later. Yeah, so I don't want to handle that right now. I would, well, maybe you tell me. Can we do that? Can we get the file reading and then have it read from standard in as well? If standard in is being written to, let's read from standard in. Otherwise, let's read from the file.
It's the same interface. It's a reader anyways. It's the same interface. It doesn't matter.
Okay, cool. Yeah. All right. So what? All right. So
do you want to memory map it or read it streaming? I guess.
Let's read it. Let's read it streaming and allow from standard in. That is the Unix way.
Okay. So what you would just do is like you would do var file equals std.fs.cwd. So what we were doing earlier.
All right, you gotta slow down a little bit. Standard.fs.
CWD.
CWD.
And you have to do open file. So it's a function. Yeah, and then open file.
Open file.
You would do the file name or file path, whatever it's called. I'm not sure. And then you would do comma and an empty anonymous struct. These are options. You don't care about the options really, because actually you do care about the. You want to write to it, right?
Only if W has been set.
So you can open that. Let me pull up the options for this.
I don't want to create it. I want to be able to give an error.
That's separate in Zig, fortunately. So it will only open it. I think you want to do mode. So dot mode equals read write.
Wait, it's dot mode?
Like yes. That's how it's defined fields, and yeah.
And then I'm assuming read write is a string?
No, it's an enum. It's an inferred enum type. So it will infer that you want this to be the mode enum. And read write here is a snake case because it's a modern Zig enum in that the naming convention is recent. Yeah.
All right.
And you need the dot though. You're missing a dot there.
On this?
Yes.
Okay.
And you said you only wanted to be read write when you have the write flag, right?
Yeah. So I'd want to have like flag equals.
I would just do it inline.
How would I do this?
Personally.
How would I do it?
Just if write, read write, else read only.
Okay.
I'm not sure if Zig will be able to infer the types like that. I have no idea. Zig's type inference is a little weird sometimes because it's still pre 1.0, right? So
Okay, and then let's say
to be able to.
for this one,
Yeah, like that. And that's relatively intuitive, I'd say. There's something I would do, just a convention thing, is instead of using right equals true, I would do like, actually, never mind. No, you're fine. Nope, I take it back. You're totally fine. This is good.
yeah, I'm open to other conventions if there's a better one
No, this is
on that.
great.
Okay, so we have this. Now, one, this could fail, right?
Yes, you're just gonna try. Exactly. So good, that's a good point. And two, you need to close it, right?
And then so we would have defer file.close.
Exactly. Yep.
Now, because this could fail, I want to handle the case where it fails. Where would I handle? Is that like a dot catch or
It's not a dot. There's no dot operators in Zig. That doesn't don't really, except for pointer stuff. But yeah, just dot catch. Or sorry, just catch like that. Sorry. Yeah. And
all
then you
right
would do
catch?
any expression, um, and optionally a capture to capture the error. So you would probably just do like yeah, like that. ER typically is a convention.
Okay, and
Then you
then
just do like
hmm, I probably just want to surface this one to the user.
sure.
I I mean, I don't know how Zig would format this error, but there's int, eperm.
I mean, if you want, I
Usually
can.
they have pretty good messages that come with them.
A common pattern though is you would just do catch error switch. No block needed, just switch directly because it switches expression as well. Everything is free expression in Zig.
Okay, catch,
Error
error,
switch.
switch. Okay.
And also, yeah, as Marler mentions, you can remove the try because you can't catch and try like that. You have to pick one, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Um, and then switch, you would switch on the errors. So I'll tell you the errors you could possibly have, and then you can add nice error messages for each error. Pretty much is the idea. Let me see, open file. Um,
And then with
yeah.
switch, am I going to use parens or am I going to use bars? Pipes, I mean.
It'd just be like that, yeah.
Okay.
Bars are only for captures, and here, well, I guess you're not really capturing here. You're providing something to be captured. Also, I DM'd you on Discord a link to the list of errors you could possibly have.
Okay.
Um, and so you can handle some of them and use else to not handle the rest if they're like super niche errors or whatever. Um,
Yeah, sharing violation, file not
like yeah, you can ignore
found,
sharing violation,
access
for example. I don't think
denied.
it's
Yeah, I kind of just want to do
like file not found, for example. Yeah, or access denied. These are useful.
name too long, invalid UTF. I at this point, let's just do file not found and access denied.
Sure.
And then so what am I switching like this?
No. So you would do switch error.
Oh, right.
Then you
And
would
then
do error
case.
dot no case. Just also error here is the error keyword. ERROR. Yeah. And then you would do, as it says, you need the equal arrow and then the block. Not really, you don't actually need the block, but here we do want one, I guess. Maybe not.
Yeah, I think I prefer blocks generally speaking because they're easier to read.
Sure.
So then we had standard dot log dot error, and then I would put something error, and then I would like to have. Does this have the name? How do I get back the name for this? So normally file not found is eno_int. So normally that would just be on its own eno_int.
The reason it doesn't exist is because that's not a name that exists in Windows or in WebAssembly. Actually, it does exist in WebAssembly or Solaris or whatever, right? So it's
Okay.
cross-platform in that regard. Yeah,
So I'm gonna go with eno_int
sure.
because I'm gonna do that. Oh, whoops.
Yeah.
Eno_int. Um,
Also, you don't need the error because error will already give you that error colon.
oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I should fix this as well.
Yeah. Sorry, I mentioned that earlier. Yeah.
That's all right. That's 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 a nicety. Okay, so it'll give me the error colon, and then I want to have does not exist, and then I wish there were a way that it would surface whatever the thing is on whatever the operating system is, so that people that are familiar with it, I could put that in there somehow.
Thing
But
is, I don't think it's not possible because the OSs are fundamentally different. It's not interchangeable. The way, Windows and WebAssembly and when Linux work, it's not really, for example.
Hmm.
Yeah, there's no way to really return that value.
All right, so do I need to do a break on this or return on this, or what do I do?
No, also
Or
you're
no, I don't do
missing
anything because this is just okay. This is just handling.
an
All right,
anonymous struct, by the way, in that log error.
I'm missing what?
At the end, you're missing an anonymous struct.
Oh, thank
Yeah,
you.
like
And then I
sorry,
need to
like
put
I meant for
in
the file path
right.
because you have an extra argument now. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, and then I'll do access denied. All right, cool.
Also,
And
as
then
Johnny
is
said in
is this
chat,
commas?
yes, commas. As Johnny said in chat, if you want it to be pretty, you can do this. Otherwise, you can just do like a really simple like catch error and then like panic or whatever with the error message, or like just printed the error.
Yeah, so we'll do this. So
You have to remove the switch and then just do that instead. And it'll be really ugly, but it's fine.
it's okay because at this point I'm having a few concepts that are not strictly necessary is great. What's the default? How do I
Default
do
for oh yeah, just do
so
else. Yeah,
else?
yeah, and then, yeah, you can just do that. That works.
And then that's where I would want to do the failed to open.
If it doesn't, it's just like I think you borrowed that from the compiler, right, Marler? Or
See,
because that's a very common convention there. I know you can just do sd.log.error. There you go.
perm. Okay, and then failed to open this with that. Error name. Okay, so this error name would probably print out the enum name.
Yes, exactly. It print out error dot and then actually, it would only print out the error name. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I would expect. So I think of these types of things. I think of as what's the word? Symbols, where the name of the thing is the value of the thing.
Not really. The value of the thing is a number actually internally.
Right.
But we
Right.
store a map from the number to the name in the binary.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
It's an array.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So not quite the same. So never mind. Okay.
And here you have to replace that with log.error, by the way. Heads up.
Well, so fatal. Yeah, I don't think I really want to do fatal. But then after all of this, I would want to return 1. And that
Yes.
would
You also need to make that a block then if you're returning after the switch. Because currently you're returning in the switch, which is not legal. You're returning. Yeah.
hold on. Let me think. So I would have to return everywhere, or I would have to
Make it a block, exactly.
do this. Okay.
Still not legal, you have to move it down.
I have to move it outside. Wait, that's the switch. Okay. I could have sworn Thumped was running, but now it's not run. It's probably because I have too many errors for it to run. Okay, now I think it ran. Okay, and yeah, this probably. Let me shrink this down a little bit. I think we're a little. There we go. 78. That's not too narrow. Well, I don't know if I want to do fatal because. Well, all right. So the reason was, Jonathan, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I want it to be able to execute the defers. So we have defers in here, like this dinit. So I'm writing this in such a way that hopefully I will be able to learn how to do memory management better and whatnot. So if I were to do fatal, then my assumption is that it will exit the process immediately without necessarily running the cleanup routines, which means that I might miss opportunities to write more correct code that handle memory correctly. Does that make sense?
Actually, I don't even think it matters because, Well, it's true, as Johnny says, but it actually, if you think about it, doesn't matter because if it's fatal, your program crashes anyways. It doesn't matter. The OS will free the memory anyways. Your program's dead. But sure, it
But
does.
it matters from the perspective of my program is written correctly or my
Sure.
program is not written correctly. And if I'm going to develop a habit of good memory management, my muscle memory should be aware even in the error case. Like my brain shouldn't go, oh, this is an error, so I don't need to worry about memory management. My brain should always be thinking in terms of memory management as the one of the higher priority things when I'm programming in Zig. Okay, so this feels I don't like having such long lines.
You can press
Maybe we could
enter
do
after the if right, and it'll auto format it down.
enter after the if,
Yes.
like this.
No, after the if right.
Oh, if right. Okay.
There.
Oh, interesting. But at that point, why doesn't it just have the brackets?
You might want to add a comma there. There. And that's it.
Add a comma right here.
Yeah. That.
I'd
Maybe add a comma in mode. I don't know. Whatever works for you. I mean,
a comma in mode.
at the end of mode, so it formats mode down. Maybe. I'm not sure. It depends on what you're trying to do.
Let's see.
With that. I don't know.
Yeah, that reads nicely. So my thing about if else is I am because of the way this language works with the breaks, I think what I would want would probably be say, this is okay. This is an appropriate style. But the minute that you have to do something like this, it needs to have the brackets. Like there should never be a multi-line if expression
But
without
why?
brackets. Because when you go to add something to it, right? So when your brain looks at this, you can easily just elide the. Yeah, it's like one of those things, like those memes that get posted on whatever the new social network is these days. I'm sure they have them where it's like, you're a genius if you can read this, and every other letter is transposed. Like your brain is going to read this the same, whether the bracket's there or not. So when you go in to do a quick edit and you're like, okay, I'm going to have this second expression on this line, and then whatever the heck that just did that apparently is valid, because it formatted it, right? Now my program is completely incorrect. I've introduced a security vulnerability. People can get it without authorization. And it's because the
Not
brackets
really.
weren't
I
there.
won't even compile here. Here it does that because it thinks it's a field access is the issue.
Well,
Yeah.
until it is proven that that error is not possible in Zig, that class of error is just not possible, then that, yeah, I don't like the idea of that, because that is where so many bugs come in, and it's so easy to prevent. Like either it's single line, but if it's multi-line, you do the brackets, the curlies. Okay, so we've got that. We've got our catch. We've got our return. I've got an example of how to do the else in here. I've got an example of how to do the error name. So this is actually really, really great. I'm glad we did it this way. For me, this is a really good example. Okay. Unlike C, you can't do that in Zig because leaving out the braces means it must be a single expression.
Well, not really. If you're doing if a something else, and then you have stuff after the else, you can get confused if the indentation's wrong. It happened to be me before.
Right.
But at the same time, I don't. It's happened to me once. I've written Zig for 3 years. Happened to me once in my life. Like it's not a common issue.
All it takes is once for a critical error in iOS where no SSL certificates are verified for an entire release cycle.
Right. But then no one writes production software in Zig, and you shouldn't. It's specifically something you should not be doing. Yeah,
No,
it's still
but
something that's
you can't. Sorry, that's no. Calling BS on that. You can't say that because maybe today you shouldn't write production software in Zig, but at some point you should be able to write production software in Zig, and I will write production software in Zig. My .envman will be production software. I will use it on production systems.
Sure. The thing is, there are more class of errors. This seems pretty panic to me, honestly. There are more dangerous class of errors that Zig doesn't handle. Like memory leaks can cause use after free can cause a location where you can perform an injection in the program, whatever, right?
Well, but if I'm running in debug mode, am I not?
You are not protected at all. There's no guaranteed protection. Well, here, no, the program will just crash. I mean, no. Zig assumes that you, the programmer, are qualified to make these decisions. It doesn't carry you in that regard.
That's a little unfortunate because programmers are not qualified to make these decisions. None of them,
Hmm,
not one, on the whole planet. There is no perfect programmer. But okay,
sure.
so what you're saying is that it is actually possible. It will. I will not get an error if I were to use file path right here. Like if I were to do
No,
standard
no,
dot
no, no, no,
log
not at
dot.
all. That's it will probably just select fault. Yeah. Here will probably absolutely select fault. I think you can try. And it gets worse if you pass it around as well, because if you pass it around, the OS will clear it later, and then you'll get really garbage data and stuff. You can try it, but it will just print out
Hmm.
garbage. Yeah.
That's so to me that's a little bit interesting and unexpected because this is not something that takes a degree in computer science to solve, right? Because
It does though, is a thing, because you have to figure out where the call ends like that. You have to track it at compile time. That the cost is incredibly high. The mathematics are incredibly complicated.
well,
It does take
it
really
doesn't necessarily have to be at compile time. But I mean, you know that allocator.free has been called. You know what allocator.free does. You know that this is now invalid. So use after allocator.free. And I guess that's maybe one of the reasons why some languages have a keyword like delete because it's easier for the parser to detect. But still, you could, let's say that you were to do free as a semi keyword, right? So you know if free is encountered and then you see a variable name, then you can syntactically parse that whatever comes after that. If there's another use, you know there's a use after free. Like this is something that is not difficult or expensive to detect.
I strongly disagree. That's a simple case. Add 17 nested hash maps in an array list, multi-array list, and it's indexed using a U1 in a vector. And now you're talking it's impossible to detect. It's not possible. It's not possible. It's just incredibly difficult and costly. This is why Rust does border checking, right? It's way easier because that is a mechanism that guarantees that you catch these kind of errors. Zig does not do that. It's lower cost. It gives you more control, but it's also more dangerous. It's a trade-off.
Well, I guess there's the trade-off of guarantees versus likelihood, right?
Yeah.
Because I agree because there's an argument to be made that since we can't always detect an error, we should never show the error even when it's easy to detect. And I would be more on the side of if the error is easy to detect, we should expose it. If it's very difficult to detect, there should be some sort of tool like a Valgrind type of thing or whatever. But yeah, it seems like the tooling for this should not be impossible. Whether or not it should go into the compiler, maybe not. But there should be some tooling that can detect those sort of things and can go through the structure, parse the AST, and
Thing is,
loop
it's an
it and
open
find it.
issue. And there's so much because the thing is, free isn't some magical and compiler thing. It's an STD. It's all standard library. It's all user space. So you have to like tag whether it's free or not, and you have to modify that somehow in the language. Is it a built-in? Is it a new function keyword? It's a lot of design choices as well. It's incredibly
No,
complicated.
I get that. I get that.
Yeah,
But I would hope that by the time this goes 1.0, that is something. Because I mean,
it's a planned
and
issue.
this may not be Andrew's thing, but I would hope that all of the value that Zig brings to the table, that it would allow idiots to program in it, because that's most of us. Most of us are too dumb to be doing this without having our handheld. And those of us that aren't too dumb to be doing it without having our handheld have too much hubris. So it's one poison or the other. It, everyone will make mistakes, and we need to have safe programs. And
Sure.
anyway,
The thing is,
but
it's a probability question, right? Mistakes happen, obviously. Like we have fuzzing and ZL stuff like that for that very reason, because stuff happens. Um, the thing is, caring a lot about mistakes, like in Rust, that makes writing code that's fast and optimal and stuff like that is totally doable. A Rust program is as fast as a Zig program if you try your hardest. If you have an infinite amount of time, it's easy to do, right?
if you have
But
an
if you
infinite
have a
amount of
day to
time,
write,
it's easy to do.
yeah. But if you have a day to write a program in Zig and Rust and trying to get it as fast as possible, Zig will always win, guaranteed. It will be more unsafe, absolutely, no doubt in my mind. But Zig will always win in that regard because you can write fast codes faster, even though it might be more unsafe. You have less guarantees, but it's easier to write. Trade off.
I Well, I mean, so I've been part of the Rust community, and they kind of say it takes 6 months to learn. It's not something like Go or Zig that you can learn in a weekend.
Right.
But once you've been through the 6 months of it, people say that they prefer to write in Rust than other things because it's faster to write in Rust because it's got so much checking and stuff. Anyway,
Relative to other languages, I think it might be, but relative to Zig, I mean,
no, but I don't think that the Rust way of doing it, of guaranteeing perfection, is necessarily the winning strategy, because there have been, I mean, it's been shown that's not the panacea.
right.
But I think that we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. We don't say, because we cannot guarantee to catch all memory errors 100% of the time, we don't catch any. Anyway,
But currently, that is the state. I was just talking about currently. This is an open issue in the Zig group and stuff like that if you want to learn more about it. But yeah,
so there,
currently.
I would love to have a link to it. If you'd link me to it, I'll check it out.
Find it. Yeah.
And so there is no tooling that I can apply to catch that type of error right now, other than that. I guess if I had 100% test coverage, then my test would segfault.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
This is really common. Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, I don't know. I weirdly enough, I prefer writing it in Zig and having that fear of it crashing than writing Rust. Because I write Rust at work every day, and it's always an experience trying to get Rust code to be performant and fun to write. It's hard to do. But yeah, that's my opinion.
Okay.
But yeah, I sent you the issue, by the way, in Discord. Yeah, just the US use after free occurs after local thing.
Yeah, I'm going to bring that up for just a second, then post it in the chat as well. Okay. David, what's up, man? How you doing? Wait, what is it that we need on a motivational poster? Faster to exit immediately. OS freeze everything at once, but not a big deal. It's faster to exit immediately. Well, of course it is. If we need high performance exiting, it's like, man, this program just doesn't quit fast enough. I can tell nanoseconds are wasted while it's freeing up memory that I could have been doing something else, because I'm a fast typer and I'm a fast program runner. Okay, so yeah, I think most of these other ones, I think we're caught up on. It can detect leaks. We don't know if it can do the access. Everything is easy. Oh, that's what should be on the poster. Everything is easy with infinite time. August. Hey, but so when I first read that, I have the demotivation calendar. So August is one of the months. So we could, yeah, that's how I first thought of that. Okay, cool. All right, well, we're having a good time. Let's keep going. First of all, I don't remember what all I've done, so let me see. Muscle
This will read a file, and then it will just crash horribly because you're not freeing a duped file path now.
Oh, env does not exist, and I leaked memory.
I know why. I know why. If you modify the file, your free doesn't get invoked when the file exits early because it's not a deferred free. You're not even getting to that free on line 80.
Okay.
Yeah. This is why defer is super useful, because anyway, it will guarantee that the free occurs. It's file path, yeah.
Yeah, so defer should typically be right after the.
It also keeps the allocation and the free together, coupled. Like, so it's reading it is super easy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, that's. Okay, cool.
It worked.
Transitive failure. All right, and we're getting this because we're running in debug mode, but if we were to run in release mode,
you still get it because it's about the build system, not the mode. If you build it though and you don't use the build system, you run it directly from Zigbin, it will not have this problem. It won't print anything else.
Okay, so if I just do build,
yes, you do like zig out. So you do zig out /bin /dotenvman. Yeah, no more error. No more build error. Yeah.
All right, sweet. So this is shaping up to be a fine utility. so far it can tell whether or not a file exists. Let's go ahead and try that a little bit more. So I'm just going to give it itself. Whoops, I did one too few there. All right, cool. So good. All right, so next bit is how do we handle the case of the standard in is open?
One second. Let me actually get some more water. Sorry, I'm getting a little thirsty. I'll be right back. Sorry.
Yeah.
But you could just add an argument for that. Yeah, I'll be right back.
I don't want to add an argument for it. I wanted to detect it. But yeah, I'll talk to you when you get back. I should probably open up another Mountain Dew. It is so nice to have an expert on the line to help with this stuff because being old, taking time to learn things is very costly. And so if I can have mentorship to learn something quickly, then I'm more likely to learn it and use it because the opportunity cost of learning a new programming language, like I can't bill clients for learning to write Zig, or at least that client hasn't presented itself. A client presented itself for learning Rust, billable time to learn Rust, full rate billable time to learn Rust. That client presented itself. The full rate client to learn Zig has not presented itself, and I don't expect it to. So this is something I would love to become proficient enough in Zig to also take on client work where they may not come at me saying, hey, do this in Zig, but they could present a problem and I could say, Zig is a good solution for this and be able to use it.
Right. So Student, let's do this. I mean, Student is always open, by the way. It's just...
Well, there's a way to detect whether or not it is in use.
How do you do this? I think it's IOCTL. I have no idea. It's a Linux thing, though. I know. Why not just use like a...
I believe Windows is the same, though, right? Because Windows, if I pipe to PowerShell, I don't have to pass it. I know that it's a POSIX convention to do a single dash. So, for example, and that's a case that we should handle up here. Is that well, I guess we don't really need to handle it because it doesn't matter. But if it's a single dash, we will wait until standard in opens.
Yes.
But if there's not a single dash and standard in is already open, then we will read from standard in.
The issue is that this is a Linux only thing. At least it's like a POSIX thing. It's like is ATTY, I think is the term, to check if it's an interactive terminal. And if it's not, then it's being piped in, I guess.
I mean, Windows does it even in command.exe. So
I'm not sure. Then you'll have to make a function for that that's cost platform, I guess, manually. It's not bolted into Zig. We can do that though, sure.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at how we would do it in Windows and how we would do it in. I mean, maybe I could take a look at C and we could maybe translate from there. We could use ChatGPT to program the Zig code for us.
This is going to be like a really long sidebar. Like this might be like a 30-minute. Well, we can figure it out. It's okay.
Let's look enough to determine how long of a sidebar it is.
ATTY. Okay.
Reading from standard in is certainly not the primary use case for .envman. So I would agree that we could be more productive in spending our time in other places. Let's just take a peek to see and make a note for later.
It would be ATTY. That's the libc thing though, so you have to somehow implement that yourself. I think it's like some sort of IOCTL syscall or something you have to do. No idea. Yeah, the thing is, Windows libc will shim that into 132 calls. We have to do it manually in Zig, which is going to be a problem.
Okay. Is a TTY file no standard in on Windows is a TTY Okay, well, I will take it at. So I'm just gonna open up an issue.
By the way, after this stream, if you don't mind, I'd be happy to like send some PRs over if you want, or if you
Sure.
maybe want to keep working on it, or I don't know.
Yeah. Well, let's see where things go. I mean, if if you've if you've pretty much already done this, in terms of .envman, so there's two things of value that are happening right now. The
Mm.
primary thing of value that's happening right now is that I'm getting mentorship from an expert to be able to level up quickly on something that if I had the expertise in it enough, I would use for myself and I would bill clients for. The second thing of value is .envman in a size that I would be proud to share it with the world, whereas in the languages that I am currently comfortable with, they would produce it in a size or deploy format that I would not be proud to share it with the world.
Mm.
So those two things don't have to coalesce here. It's nice if they do, but if you already wrote this thing and
No, no,
whatnot,
I wrote a small part of like a generally compliant .env parser. That's it. Yeah.
well, yeah, if we get a little bit further on it, um, let me finish this thought and then let me go back to that thought. But basically, I'd like to get a little bit further on this. I don't want to. Well, actually, I'll take as much of your time as you're willing to give. I won't put a cap on how much time you're willing to give. I'll soak up the whole thing. But I want to be respectful of you, and I don't. The I don't know what value you get out of this that is concrete, valuable. Like maybe it's the fluffy happy feels, maybe it's like this actually is something that's worthwhile to share with the Zig community for people that are coming in to kind of see a discussion about these things or whatever. But like I have a concern that you leave feeling happy that whatever it is your value system is, that the time and the value were right for you. And
Right.
so I just want to make sure that I don't abuse by taking to the point that you're willing to take, but past the point at which it becomes uh, the the diminishing returns on your value system, if that makes sense.
Okay. Also, speed.2xe mentions that there is an ATTY function in SDDoS in chat. That is true.
Oh,
And
so it works?
I checked it. I checked it. It supports Windows. It supports Linux. Supports libc and WASI. And yeah, it's cross-platform mostly. That should
Okay.
work.
All right. So great. Okay, so we're doing something with this.
Yes.
Hmm.
Just like print it out real quick and see what the output is. Also about the value thing, yeah. I mean, I used to teach people like programming for like a nonprofit. It's something I like doing in my free time. But also like it brings value to the community, like more people learning the language, stuff like that. It's useful. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me check what the return type is because I think estimate now. Yeah, it's a boolean. So just like do I think any, and it'll print out the
Oh, do
one for
any?
you. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And you are missing the anonymous struct. Careful.
Yeah, that's going to take me a little bit of time to get all the muscle memory for this stuff, but I'm yeah. I'll have to touch base with you again, in a couple weeks and see, after this if I have enough that I'm able to start tackling some of these smaller problems in Zig, because I would have loved to have started this a year. If you were around a year ago, I probably would have written several small utilities like this by now.
But careful, your code is wrong. You didn't wrap the anonymous struct properly. Line 60.
Okay. Okay. Line 60, I didn't wrap it properly. Hold on, let me look. This one. Oh,
There's only two arguments in this
doi.
function. Yeah.
Right. And then this one would be, we can do it like that, and that's fine.
And as
Okay,
always,
but
if you want multi-line.
this is both a struct and a tuple. How do I?
You do dot $sign string open 0 equals. No, sorry, at sign. Sorry, not $sign. I don't know. Oof. There you go, like that. That one actually
Okay.
worked though, because tuples are also special, like Boolean or whatever. But this is how you would create a tuple at compile time. There's some crazy compile time stuff you can do. We'll talk about maybe later, but not today probably. But yeah,
Okay, so with this one, there I can do this without any keys. Just do it like
yes,
this.
it infers
Okay.
the keys for you by order. Yeah.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. Okay, so oh no, zig build run.
So true. And what happens if you pipe stuff to it now? I'm curious. I think I'll just say false. And then...
Hold on, I am trying to figure out where it said true. Okay, right there. This will be interesting to see who is going to pick up on this. Is it going to be Zig build or is it going to be my program?
Zigbuild does not consume stdin as far as I'm aware. Yeah, see. So it's false now.
Okay,
That
false.
worked. Okay.
Cool. And then we need to know, so we can know whether or not it's a TTY. If it's not a TTY and we don't have F,
Mm.
because it's always open, but we're just going to detect it. So I think back up here, we have read file. So let's say force file equals false. And I'm going to say, I'm going to do some non-optimal stuff just to kind of think through, and then we can go back and refactor
All
in
good.
a minute. So then force file equals true. Let's do, so force file equals true, but that would be if and only if. Where was my EQL at? Then we're going to do the next. And I'm going to check for hyphen.
Okay. I see what you're doing. That's smart.
And then, so if, then,
I guess you should name it like,
no, whoops. This
yeah,
would be the
forced it in, I
path.
think is a better name, right?
Sure. Yeah, let's do it. Well, forced in. In this case, it's, let me finish out my thought process and we may invert it. That might be the more readable thing to do, but let me finish this out. Okay, so we're going to keep those together. So force file. So I'm going to, unless it is hyphen, if we specify F, unless it's hyphen, we're going to force the file. Then we check is TTY. So var no, that doesn't matter because even if it is, okay, I'll just finish out this first and then go back. Because there will be a problem is if there is a hyphen, then we do want to force standard in.
Yes.
Otherwise, we want to, because we have a default file name. We have
I
two
would do,
defaults. We have the default file name with .env, and we also have the, if it's being piped, we ignore the default file name. So we need a detector of basically is default yes or no, and then force standard in yes or no.
I would change a lot of things. First of all, I would remove the allocations on the arguments. I would turn the file into an optional, and that would make it easier to track if it's set or not. And then
Oh,
make the,
yeah. We haven't really covered that, and I'm not familiar with it. But yeah, let's turn the file into an option, or the file path into an optional.
I would strongly recommend removing the allocations for these. It would make it way easier. Otherwise, we have to do like some if statement manipulation for the allocations, which is going to be a problem.
Okay. So let me get through a bad iteration of this, and then let's go through and let's take that advice. So
Okay, I'll let you take care of that.
yeah. So this is, I'm going to produce something that is not correct, but just so that I can get to the next phase of the iteration.
Sure. Also, I'm gonna answer David in chat. I mean, thanks, David. I don't think I receive any hassling at all. There's a lot of people like making jokes about it. People I know. It's all good.
Well,
Yeah,
and me that you don't know.
and you, yeah, and you. But yeah. I've been in the programming space for a while. So it's just a fun thing I like doing.
Var is a TTY. Okay.
But you wouldn't actually do the file read if it's stood in though.
So is it not still a file handle? Is it not of the same type as a file handle?
It's not cross-platform to do that though, because WebAssembly, WASI, stuff like that does it in in a different way. I would not do it like this.
Okay.
Also, it's in the wrong place to do it like this, because you're
Okay.
doing it in the else, which wouldn't actually work. What I would probably do is
Well,
we're gonna
let me finish my pseudocode,
okay.
and then let's go through and refactor it just so that I can make sure I've got my thought process, you know, in my, I've got my idea out, and then go through and edit it.
Thing is, general
So
here on line 80, your code is in the wrong place. You're in the catch, which is not right.
so we would want basically a way to, let's see, else we can't return in I can't return in the switch, or I would have to move this to be, this is return one, this is return one,
You
and
can do
then
either. It doesn't matter.
this is return one.
You can even do
Whoops.
both if you want to, and have a default return. It's not a. Yeah.
Oh, all right. And now something's wrong. Okay, that's missing the thingy. So something's still wrong to the effect that it won't thumped because of errors. Use of undeclared identifier. Okay, so let's just ignore that for a second and let it thumped. Okay, and then basically what I want to do is file.read. My goal is to get to a file.read where I'm going to read in, some
Yeah.
size.
I'll tell you how readers work in Zig. It's quite nice.
I believe it. Okay, so now I've finished my thought. I've expressed an idea. The idea is implemented completely incorrectly. Where should we start to fix it? How far up shall we go? Up here, right?
I mean, first I want to answer the chat message.
Yes.
Funny question. Someone found my Twitch, I guess, or maybe they're a fan. Hey, I don't know. I stopped streaming on Twitch personally for a little bit at least. I don't know. Maybe in the future. But I guess a few things I would do here is make the file path optional first thing. So what I would do is just do file path colon, and I would do a question mark and then open square brace, close square brace, constituate. Sorry, square brace.
Oh, right. You
Square
did say
bracket.
that
Sorry,
correctly.
I keep saying, and it's
No,
like this. It's
square.
an array.
Oh,
It's
duh.
an array, but it's a
Yes, yes,
slice.
yes, yes, yes. Okay.
And then I would just do equals dot n equals null. I mean, sorry. Yeah.
All right. I like that. And because I'm not used to thinking about options because the programming languages I primarily work with don't have them.
Mhm.
I wasn't thinking that, but yes, this is what I want because
Right.
this is perfect because it gives you, there is a value or there's not a value, and when there's not a value, you can choose the default value and it flows and reads more easily.
Mhm.
Okay, great.
And what we would do next is, first of all, I would recommend removing the allocations for file path generally. I don't think they're useful. And I just keep doing that. Remove all of them. So I'd remove 45, nothing else, I don't think, which is nice. And you just do equals F here. Yeah. What that means is now you have an optional. So down south here, you can check what's going on. So the file path, it might be optional. What you can do is you can do if file path F or something like that and check if it exists. I think what I might do is add an error. If you have no file path and no std in, it's completely broken, right? Tell the user that
Well,
this is wrong.
no, because if there's no file path and no standard in, then it should read .env.
Oh, dot .env, right, of course.
So that would be the default behavior.
Right, but if there is a std in and there's a file path, is that something we want to capture? Or
If there is both a standard in and a file path that is not hyphen, yes,
okay,
that is something that I want to capture, which means that here, now this makes more sense to say
force
force
it in.
standard in is true, or no, sorry, force standard in is false, and here force standard in is true if this is set, which is a lot nice because we don't have double negatives now.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, a lot nicer. If I could speech. All right, so if F, file path F, if
You could do something pretty nice here. I'm curious.
There are cases where you're running a program and it's not a TTY, but you don't want to read from standard in. I think, or I could be wrong about that. Does that case exist? If you exec something directly, I think we only want to handle the case. So I think basically we prefer it until I do further research to confirm. We should prefer -f over standard in because
Yes.
there are cases where you could exec something directly. It's not a TTY, but you want to use -f.
Sure. Then we could just ignore the ATTY now. Yeah, that's what I mentioned earlier. I think using an option just for that and not using ATTY is better because it has unpredictable behavior generally for certain cases.
Well,
Yeah.
I I want it to be the default. So basically, um,
You
I'm
can
just
do
gonna
is
pseudocode this real quick. So
okay.
if file path, and if I'm just pseudocoding here, if hyphen file is standard in, else uh, file equals read file, or I guess it would just be open file, whatever. I think we should take this whole block and put it into a function.
There's no reason. It's a tiny block. It's very small comparatively because it's going to get a lot larger. There's some stuff that this should not be in a function, in my opinion. But you can do what you want. It's not a big deal.
I'm so used to languages that are so terse.
I mean, here, because you have to put in some logic and stuff, moving it to another function would make that logic more complicated, in my opinion. Because what you're going to have to do is, first of all, line 73, if file path is null, you probably want to make it .env, right, as you mentioned?
Just one second. I
No
sorry, I
worries.
started a train of thought and I just want to capture it real quick and then I will be back to um, making sure listening. Okay, so if read standard in, then file equals standard in, else then then file equals .env. Pardon my C. Okay. All right. Now that thought's complete. This logic represents what I have in my head. Sorry. Continue.
Yeah. So I would ignore std permanently, for now at least. Get a test file going. I would make it so you have to specify file path. Or no, so, okay. Let's comment that pseudocode out for now. And let's just with something simple. Let's just do, okay, how can I represent this? Oh no. We need to track that file later. Okay, I have it. I have it in mind. So we would do 78. I wouldn't do it here. You don't have to do that in Zig. There's a way to do that in Zig more efficiently. So
Okay.
line 78, you would do or else .env. So or else just means if it exists or else we do .env. That's nice. And what we can also do now is 77. We can do if we're in std. So if read std. Or is it for std? I forgot what it's called. The variable.
Force standard in.
Yeah. Okay. So if you want to use std, we have to do that here. So in Zig, it is an FS. I checked real quick. I wouldn't recommend managing the handles, but what's cool is IO do that for us. So we just do if for standard in, open file, and else at the very bottom, you have to do an else. Just like that. And then
Wait,
well,
you
actually,
mean
no.
if this
Yeah.
this we would not want to open file on force standard in.
Right. What you would do is you do std.io.f, the std.io.getStdin, and then you would do an else of the open file.
So if force standard in, do a thing, else, and this would be
std.io.getStdin.
okay, std.io.get stand in like
Yes.
this.
Capital I.
Interesting choice. And then I can inline this.
Right. Add an enter after the forced it in, and it'll make it prettier. It's a specific format regulation. There's
Something
an error in
else
your
is
code.
broken.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some other
Broken
error.
block because there's a what is going on here? Yeah, you have an open block for some reason on
Okay,
78
so
at the end of the line. So you can
so
close it or
this
remove
one
it.
didn't get closed. Oh, right. So I can just close that right here, I think.
Yeah. I'm not sure why you would close it here because um
Ah,
and you have to add the break here. I would never use because here you're doing a direct break. There's no reason. There's no difference. You're still running the same risk of putting code in there. That's dangerous. In my opinion, it's so large that you wouldn't be able to tell.
no, okay. No, I get that. I get that.
So now you have this. So either it'll be stood in or not. And then finally, we have to add the check to the defer as well. Because you're not allowed to close it in generally. It's not advised. Actually, I'm not sure if it's illegal behavior, but I think so. So in the defer, if
So
it's yeah, it's a good call. Why do that though? Because we just make istidin do that before, and then you have a guarantee that you can.
okay.
So for now,
For
you can
right
just
now, these are synonymous, but they will
yes.
not be synonymous in the future. But for right now, they're the same. So we'll handle that.
I make that a const as well because you're not changing it. Um,
Well, no, that I would be change. I guess I could do it. Can you
you
do
can
a
just do an
const with an
or.
if expression? Because
Yes, you
this
can
would
do.
become an expression. Because we're
Yes,
not going to have it always be directly. It will be based on something else.
all const means is the variable's constant. The value can be whatever you want. It doesn't have to be a certain value, whatever. You can have whatever you want in there, expression wise.
Okay.
And then in the defer, you want the if statement as well, because else
So
you'll be
wait, so
closing.
constant refers to constants or refers to non-mutable? Because those are different.
No, constant refers to a constant. It's just you
Okay.
can have an if expression in there. That's still a constant. It gets evaluated to a
Oh,
constant. Yeah.
okay. All right.
You
So
have an error, I
force.
think, on that line 77. I'm not sure what the error is. Unused.
Oh,
Oh,
it's
unused
unused.
local.
It's
Right.
unused. So we're gonna go use it. So then we do if is standard in. Wait.
Remember,
Oh,
defers are
let's bring
for
this.
blocks. Yeah.
So let's bring this. Oh wait, then
No, where it was fine. Don't you can't bring it in there because again, defers are for blocks. You want to do defer if.
defer and then yeah. Wait.
And you also want to use that up north. Yeah.
Want to use what?
You also want to use istidin because right now you're using read for stidin on the file open line. You have to go back up on 78.
78.
Yeah, that should be istidin and not for stidin. Right?
Oh, okay. Okay.
And so now you have that. There it is. That's how you do it. And then you have stidin or the file, and we close only the file, and that's stidin. That's how you do it.
Okay. Yeah, this is nice.
And then we can start reading it. So yeah, you want to try and read it?
Try and read from standard in, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. So now we can do. So this should give us our normal error. Oh, wait. Without
Yeah,
optional specifier.
right. You have to force that to be evaluated. So, wait, sorry. If you go back to your code, all that means is that you can't format an optional with an S. That's from your errors. If you look at 89, 93, etc.
Okay.
So it's guaranteed to not be an optional because we have. That's a lie. Actually, it's not guaranteed. What you could do is just do or else.env.
Well, at that point, I would rather.
And then up, yeah. Because I thought we were gonna do it with a check or whatever, but if it's always .env by default and it's always
So
has a
this is
default, then it
this
won't
is
error.
where it's just always better to have the things because you're always going to back and modify something. And so this should just be file path equals, wait,
File path or shadow or .env. Also, you can't shadow the file path name, but yeah.
oh,
I guess it's a variable, so you can modify. Yeah, and you're not freeing it. That works.
yeah.
That's good.
So that's,
It's not good though because it still is an optional. You can't shadow it.
I can shadow it. What?
You can't shadow the variable because it's still an optional here. You're not evaluating it. You are, but it's good. File path is still an optional here. But you can't change the type at
Oh,
runtime. Yeah.
oh, right. So this would need to be file path. Um,
But honestly, I wouldn't make it an optional anymore because I thought we had a different design in mind. But if a file path is required and has a default always, you just make it .env by default, and that's it.
well, I want to get a little bit further along before we do more refactoring
Sure.
because
I
then,
typically refactor as I go, but sure, we can go keep it going.
well, because you have more context, right, for the programs you're writing for yourself. But for me, I don't have the context of Zig and what all the patterns available to me are. And also, it is not because I'm not sure what patterns are available to me. It's also not clear how I'm going to write the program. So refactoring as we go, we're just going to be in a tight loop of refactoring while we're writing rather than making more progress on the code itself, which, like, there's both ways to go about that because this is a learning process, but I think that it'll be better to get a little bit further along in the program and then go back and refactor a little bit more. Like, get
Sure.
some red, green refactor. Red, it doesn't work. I have an idea. Green, I executed my idea to the point that my idea is actually realized in the world and I've created some form of value or thing that runs. The refactor, I go back and change what's working. So I more often don't want to be refactoring while I'm writing code. I want to be refactoring after I run code.
Right. Also, your code is wrong. You're missing two blocks and breaks in your if statement for the var file.
Okay, so let's go back here. So sorry, which one?
You can't implicitly return from blocks in curly braces. You have
Oh,
to use
so these
break.
returns.
No, you sorry. I mean, you can't implicitly return from blocks. You have to use breaks.
So I can't implicitly return from the. Oh, right,
Yeah.
because right. I remember. Okay, so break, block, block. Let's block, and then what was I doing here? Break, block.
Okay.
Okay.
And now we should be able to read
So
from it.
yeah, see when I have something like this where there's one line to do a thing or a bunch of lines to do another thing, typically I want if else's are where complexity lives. So as a general rule, an else, neither an if nor an else should be longer than like 5 lines if you have a verbose language, or 2 or 3 lines if you have a less verbose language. You should be able to see the possible places that a condition can occur and what the result will be well within the page of what you look at. So this is where we could inline the function, but I would put this in a function because it obscures the business logic.
Sure, if you want to, you can do open file, whatever. It's fine.
So, and do we can mark functions as inline? Is there
Yes.
is okay? So
Just
let's
generally, I don't write functions for code that I use once, but we can do open file, whatever, and as a function. That's fine.
yeah let's do this, and then okay, and then get rid of that. So we're gonna do, and then we can we can get rid of these breaks, but let me go ahead and move that in. Okay, and then the way we specify return is that this can have an error or it can have a standard.os.file.
fs.file, but yeah. And you
Standard.fs
wouldn't
file.
return an error. I mean, you could, but then the catch to the longest part of the function would be up north, which is a problem.
Right. Okay. Right. So let's see. How would I want to handle this? Well, I could return the string.
You just return the number.
I could just wrap the error. Return the number.
Just do like optional U8. Yeah. This is not how I'd write this, but if it works, it works. Optional U8. That way you get a number. Otherwise, you don't get a number, and you don't return from the main function.
Okay. So give me 1 second while I think about optional. Was optional the question mark?
Yes.
And then I don't remember what the syntax was. Let me go look that up.
Just on the type, which is U8.
All right. U8. And then
Oh yeah, I'm stupid. Of course, okay. You would need to do. Okay. Oh goodness, this is going to be horrible. You could do an error, and you could just call it failure or whatever. That would work.
okay. I think I know how to make this quite a bit simpler here. Where did that thing go? Wait, didn't I? This one right here. Okay. No, not that one. I lost my place. Okay, right here. So basically, this is equal to open file. So we return a file, but we could also return an error. Okay. I'm gonna undo. I'm gonna wait till I'm more experienced to handle this case because
what I would have done is return an error, catch the error, and then return 1 there, and do the error handling in the function. And that would have been like a 1-line thing.
But yeah, you mean it only would have saved 1 line?
No, it would have made the if-else 1 line each.
Okay, so coach me.
Yeah, so copy that into a new function.
This
like what you did
the else block.
Entire else block, yeah, everything.
Okay, entire else block, new function. Okay.
Then you want to take in file path, which is an optional const U8. So you do file path : and you want to return. So what you're going to do now, instead of an inferred error set, just for fun, so I can show you what this is, you're going to do error, open curly, failed, capital F for error, and then close curly, exclamation point, stdfs file. And so that'll either return error.failed or a file.
So this on the left side defines the type of error, and this on the right side is the other side of the result?
Yes.
Okay. So the syntax, so these two things are pretty much equivalent.
Oh, you have to remove the error,
Or
but yeah.
If I did this.
Careful, there's 3 different things you can do. That's not legal, but you can do 3 different things. You can do remove everything. So just click the exclamation
What I'm
point.
saying is this is implicit for something.
Yes.
What if I were to write this explicitly, the missing piece on the left side, what would the missing piece on the left side be?
Currently
what is
nothing.
it doing explicitly?
So all it means is this is useful for APIs. So people can see directly what the possible return types are, right? There are different options here. So you can specify, you could do it implicit. It would give you the same results in this context. We could also do any error, which means any error that's in the entire system is possible. That could be like 100,000 different errors. So I wouldn't really use that typically if I don't have to. Yeah.
Okay, so what would I do here? I would be returning.
You just do return open file instead of break block.
Return.
And then instead of return file 1, you would return the error. So you would do return error.failed. And you do that for all of them.
So, okay.
What you could also do is return the actual error, and then no, let's just keep it simple. Just return error not failed, and because otherwise you'll have to.
And this is a main file, so I think it's okay to have things print. Because in a library we would want to wrap the error and bubble it up, but this is a main file, so it's
Also,
okay.
you have
But
to add
this
right as
one,
a parameter.
okay, so right bool.
Yep. That's it. And then you just have to call that function. That's it.
Okay.
By convention, you would never really move that out of there, especially because it can't infer the type then, and so it'll do something weird where I'll have to specify it manually.
Oh,
No.
okay. All right.
There's no ahead of time type inference in Zig.
Okay.
And so now your code's broken because it's, I think, up top it's going to be wrong. Line 80,
Well,
yeah.
this whole thing is all right. Standard if standard in. We're going to do standard in.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then else we're going to do open file path right.
Yes, and careful, a semicolon's not allowed there, yeah. And enter, and you're good. That's it.
Okay.
It's nicer.
This, yeah, because what I want to do is encapsulate business logic. Like, are you familiar with Kent C. Dodds?
No.
Okay, he is someone in the JavaScript community who's pretty famous for his work in React, but he's had 2 or 3 extremely well written and well targeted blog posts. One of which is on I think he called it headliner code style. Basically, your encapsulation should flow in such a way that when somebody is reading your code, they're reading the high level business logic, and then when they want to go into the details, the function that describes the details is down below. So at a high level, the function is pretty descriptive. Okay, this is going to, we're either going to read from standard in or open a file and get that. I can get that open file here is encapsulating the ceremony of opening the file, and I can go and I can look at what that ceremony is, but I can skip past it. And so the idea is, your main function should be mostly business logic with, and then somebody can go read the details. How do I inline this function?
Inline FN. Just inline, yeah, I like that.
Like
in
this?
Space.
Oh,
Yeah, space.
in a space. Okay, cool. So that's intuitive. All right, cool. So that way, yeah, in terms of the compiler, it's in the right place. And then a lot of that logic, I think we're not ever going to have to deal with at all. Okay, so now I have my file, and my file might be standard in, and it looks like we could run this at this point.
Yep.
Okay, so this one.
I see the problem.
All right.
93 here, it should be file lit and not path. Yeah. That should fix it.
Okay. So is there a convention for options? Like saying opt file path or maybe file path or something
I'm
like
a maybe kind of guy. No convention though.
Okay. Yeah, I like maybe.
Yeah. Also careful snake case, but yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, I'm used to, like I said, I honestly believe this is the correct way to do it, but I don't know of any other languages that do it this way, so I do not have that in my muscle memory.
I think you want file path
no,
here,
this
not
is
maybe.
not,
Yeah.
right. I don't want the, so now I just want to get rid of the lit, because lit was
Johnny is a file path opt guy. That's crazy. No way.
So that to me looks more, well, I guess if it was ops, OPTS, it's like options or config or something like that. Okay, so let's try this one more time. And then we still have a problem with close.
Oh, we need to catch true. I forgot about this. You need to catch return 1 for 81.
for line 81.
Yeah. Because if you get error.field, you want to exit the process, right? So you want to do catch return 1. Also, you don't have to. It's not. It's a very JS thing of you to do. Like that, yeah.
Well, it's so catch error.
You're missing semicolon is splitting it in half. Line 81, careful.
Line 81. So wait, this should not have a semicolon anymore?
No, because you have to catch it, which is expression.
Okay, whoops. Catch. And then this should not have a semicolon anymore, or it should?
It should.
It's
Also, error should
close
not be there because you're going to use error anyways. It's always only one error possible.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, that
I
doesn't
just
look
put it
right.
on one line. Yeah. Like that. That's what I would do.
Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, but this makes sense because we were just catching failure, and so
Yeah.
there was nothing that we were going to do with the error. We weren't going to check it in any way because it's either okay or not okay. It's okay or failed. It's it's the result thing or it's failed.
Mhm.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, it's like I said, not the pro. I like it, but it is not what is in my muscle memory.
Mhm.
Okay, so I feel a lot better about this now. And then
Let's read the first byte of the file real quick and just print that out.
yes.
Okay. Finally, we're getting to reading this. It took 4 hours, but it's okay. We have time, you know. So what you can do now is .reader, and that'll open the unified reader interface. It's a comp time thing, but yeah, let's keep it simple. It's an interface, quote unquote.
So what am I doing?
Just do file.reader. So
File
read.
dot, and this is an interface.
It is a function.
It's a function.
It's an interface in that it genericizes operations that might be different for different types of files.
And we okay, so we're getting the reader of the file. So this is now R, maybe.
Yeah, I would never use one letter variable names. Just reader, I guess.
Call it reader. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's
a constant, I believe, but
we can wait constant, but
I
this
believe
is going to be changing.
Can you get a constant? I'm not sure. I think you can, because I think it contains pointer to the function you're going to be calling for reads. And it's a reader, so it doesn't change. It changes internally the state, but otherwise the
Okay, so this is what I meant by the difference between a constant and non-mutable.
Right.
And this is something that Rust gets right that many languages get wrong. Is that Rust has a distinction between something that's not mutable and something that's constant. Because constant means it's not changing, not its internal state, nothing. Like typically only primitives can be constants. Because anything else can cause change. Something should not be able to be a constant if it can cause change.
Sure. The thing is, you can't guarantee that in Zig because you need a bar checker for that. Pretty much, you would need to be able to track what changes. I don't think it's guaranteeable generally in Zig, especially when you involve C code and stuff like that, which is what Zig is meant to be used with. That is absolutely unguaranteeable. So yeah, so constant just means that it's not mutable. Yeah.
I think mute would be a better keyword, but
no,
it's done.
Not a mute. That's crazy to me. There's no way. But anyways, we have a reader.
Well, because it's not actually constant. Anyway, but moving on. So I got a reader.
And just do read byte dot read byte and see what happens. Yeah.
Whoa, careful. A byte. That sounds dangerous. That sounds really slow.
Actually, it's when you read a lot of data or byte. Well, it's complicated. We'll have to read byte.
Does this have a buffer implemented underneath, or do we have to put a buffer on top?
You can. Super easy to do. It's built into STD. Super easy. But for now, let's just print it out. Let's before we get anywhere. Just print out B. So in chat, startup builder. I am 17. Yeah, not 19, but close enough. Constant path versus constant value. I wouldn't say path. It's more so like.
So standard.log. Sorry, was it info or was it?
You can do info, sure.
Let's just do info for now.
And for this, I would recommend doing C. C will print the byte as a ASCII character. Yeah. And let us. Oh, careful! One thing you're missing. Oh, it's too late. You saw it.
What?
Read byte. It performs a system call. That means that it can. Yeah, exactly.
All right.
And we get to what do we get? Oh,
All right, so let's see. env does not exist, which is fine.
right. Dot f
Great,
dash.
that's what I expected. So, and we didn't implement it for this yet. That would be the same as doing, okay. So then I should get y. But it
Uh,
failed still.
dash does not exist. Uh-oh.
So something went wrong there. My check for this.
Oh, I
Okay,
know what's going
equal
on. That's not allowed. You have to
understand that.
do f, not arg.
Yes.
This is why you call it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. Don't care. Yeah, that works.
Mm. Oh, but this is, yeah, this goes back to my, so file path is there versus, um, so this is one where the more local the context, this is why I called it F, because the more local the context is one of two things. One, we got to say, we have to define this is the local one that we're going to copy to the parent one.
Just call it
Is there a
source, I
convention for
guess.
that?
Maybe.
Hmm?
No, no convention. I would just call it what it is, which is source, I guess, because it's a source. Either it's a file or it's hidden. That's my take. But no convention, though, unfortunately.
Well, I would, well, since it has the throwaways with the underscore here,
Mhm.
I'm actually going to go with using the same thing because that,
Sure.
like, this is the throwaway version of this. This is the real one. This is the throwaway one. And name the, because I didn't actually want to call it name because it's not the name, it's the path,
Sure.
which you get into distinctions there when you start dealing with directories versus files, and the entry node versus the path, whatever. Okay, but that's good.
And I'm just gonna why, please. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. First read and say.
All right, cool.
How did I learn coding? Oh, I watched YouTube videos and made plugins for my friends in Minecraft. That's the main way. Yeah.
That's the way. All right, so from here, we're gonna have to implement this later anyway. We're gonna implement it in a different way now, so I'm just gonna get rid of that. So
Okay.
let's run through, and I'm gonna go ahead and stage this because anytime something
Yes.
works, I would at least want to stage it, but I don't want to commit it. Let's go ahead and do a little, let's do a light refactor, and I probably need a lunch break.
Totally. No. Makes sense.
And we could, if you're willing, I would love to reconvene in, say, an hour.
Okay. Sure.
You're willing to do that?
Yeah. Yeah. Sure. I can get some work done and then try and do that. Yeah.
Okay. Or if you want a longer time, if you want like 2 hours or something, whatever, what works for you.
No, an hour
But
is fine.
I need at least half an hour for a lunch break before I can continue because I'm starting to lose focus.
Yeah. Yeah. I get it. After a while, I have to take a little break. That makes sense. Yeah. An hour is fine if that works for you.
Okay, great. All right, then, but before we do that, let's do a light hand of cleanup on this now that we have a little bit better understanding of what we're doing,
Yep.
and then I'll commit. So, I
Probably
don't think
remove
I need
those
that
lines. Yeah.
anymore. Yeah.
I would add an enter between the var 32 and so like line 32. I'd add an enter, like a line between that, like that, separate the concerns. And file path, I would not make it an optional anymore. Now that we know what we're looking for, to make it dot enter directly, makes it so much easier.
Well, but no, there is a difference here because we want to know whether the user specified anything at all. Because if the user specified .env, that's different than the user not specifying. And that
Sure.
comes into play when we start to read standard in, uh, when we're deciding how to read standard in.
Right. All right. So it'll override it or whatever. Okay, that makes sense. No, no.
Yeah, so I think we do want to keep that an option.
Sure. And everything else looks relatively good. Honestly, I consider this to be pretty good code. I disagree. I disagree with the continues and stuff, but other than that, I think
Well,
it's
because
fine.
you would want it to be else,
Else, yeah.
and then else, and I guess we would.
You wouldn't really need an else. Well, yeah, you could use it. Yeah, you would need an else here because it wouldn't
I'm
be.
just going to leave the continuous because I
Sure.
like that. That's AJ style, and unless I'm strongly convinced that the Zig community does it differently, I'm gonna run that way. Okay, this feels good. This feels good. And then let's see, did else. And I don't think we're going to handle, are we going to, hold on. We're not going to handle this concern here anymore because we already know whether
Up north, yeah.
it's been supplied. Okay, I think we're going to do that elsewhere. Now that TTY bit, I think I just deleted it.
Also, what I also do is that return doesn't need to be like that.
Where?
That return can just be,
Oh, right. Now it can go back down to the end
yes.
rather
And
than
even
being.
better, we have a single error, right?
Yes.
Actually, no, I keep it like that. This is good. I was gonna say we could use an optional, but honestly, no, because the concerns it would look weird. Error makes more sense because it implies the error, right? This is good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So one thing that I want to get out of what I deleted there was, or maybe I already got rid of it. I think it's in the chat. The line for detecting the TTY.
Yeah.
All right. So this one, let's see. What did we actually do? What was the work that was done here?
But I have it memorized if you want. It's std.os.asatty sdos stream sit in or whatever. And yeah.
Okay. So setting an os dot is a TTY,
Yes.
and then
And then you want to use std.os.stdin underscore file no.
you just paste that to
So,
me in the Discord, and I'll copy it into
yeah,
the
let me
show.
do that. Yeah, it's
You speak. I literally cannot hear you as fast as you speak.
I see. Well, I'll put that in the Discord against that.
Okay. Have y'all submitted the Zig
To linguist?
highlighter
Yeah, yeah.
to GitHub? It's
Yeah.
in?
A while back, yeah. It's a few years ago.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, because GitHub's kind of big and Zig is. I'm not sure where it's at in terms of popularity and people taking it seriously. I take it seriously because it seems to solve a problem that's a real problem.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure where everybody else is at. Okay,
I mean,
so
there's
basically we can read a byte of a file. So
Yeah. And I guess what we'll do when you come back is buffer it, then start reading env data. Yeah. And then, hash maps, stuff like that. Actually, the reading should be pretty fast. I can explain the logic in my mind, and then we can try and write it out.
okay, cool. So we'll reconvene at about 3:45 ish.
That's 5:45. Yes,
5:45 ish.
I think so. Okay. Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, thanks, August. This has been incredibly enlightening and helpful thus far. I've loved every minute of it. Thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing you in an hour.
Yeah. Thanks, AJ. See you in an hour.
Adios. Oh, wait. I forgot. We actually have to do the raid thing.
Oh, right, of course.
Let me go do the raid thing.
I'm going to head out.
All right. See ya. Okay. I'm logging in to do the raid thing, everybody. Also, like, sub, follow if you want to.